We're going to get started just to go through these procedural things that we need to do until Supervisor Adams joins us. It is just past 10:30, so we're going to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting. I'm going to ask our clerk to call the roll.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Adams joining us shortly.
And then we'll ask for the announcement of a Spanish interpreter, Diego Celis.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis. Seré su intérprete español-inglés y inglés-español para la reunión de hoy. Si desea hacer un comentario público, favor hablar clara y suficientemente recio para escucharle. Favor tomar un descanso entre sus oraciones para yo tener la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Diego. Now we're going to go to the Pledge of Allegiance, and if I could ask our CAO, Sonia De La Rosa, to lead us, and if we could all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, CAO De La Rosa. We will now go to additions or corrections by the clerk.
Thank you. There's a correction to item number 3 under ceremonial resolutions. A revised resolution was received. And there's a correction to item number 48 under referral responses. A revised resolution was received.
Great. We're going to go into ceremonial resolutions now. As chair, I'm going to pull the item number 3 for a separate vote so we could have a discussion. So I was going to ask our colleagues if they want to speak to any resolutions first on items 4 through 34. And then we could present those and then come back to item number 3 for discussion and a separate vote.
I'll move the balance of the ceremonial resolutions, Mr. Chair.
This is only items 4 through 34, and I'll go to public comment 2. There's been a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Askew. Now I'll go to public comment for items, ceremonial resolutions 4 through 34 only. If the public wants to comment on any of these, the resolution regarding Israel will be after that, and we'll allow public comment separately on that. See no public comments?
There's one hand raised. Sorry. Sarah?
It's Sarah, and these are only items number 4 through 34. If you want to speak to item number 3, we'll do that next.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I'm actually here to communicate in regards to Israel, so I will wait until that time happens. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
We'll welcome your comments then.
Phone number ending in 705.
705. We're only on items 4 through 34.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello. This is not public comment time, is it?
No, not general public comments. That will be later, but it will happen soon.
All right,
For
thank you.
items not on today's agenda, or if you want to speak to item number 3, that will be next. Okay, see no one else, right? Okay, there's been a motion and a second, and we have one presentation to be made here, and then we'll go back to item number 3. All those in favor, if you could please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those against, motion carries 5-0. We have one. Yes. Everyone, we only have one resolution to present, but it's a very special one. We are here to present this resolution thanking Genevieve Lucas Conwell for her dedicated work as Executive Director for the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers for Monterey and San Benito counties. I first want to just thank Genevieve for her tremendous leadership on a lot of issues relating to our homeless residents. She has been been our leader on this issue, but also serving as the executive director of this coalition of different homeless service providers for the last over 1 year here in Monterey County. Most recently, she remained committed to continue her service until we could get through our homelessness summit that took place last Thursday. That was had a maximum capacity of 350 people in attendance, many more online. But I wanted to personally thank Genevieve, not only as chair of this Board of Supervisors, but also as the chair of the Lead Me Home Leadership Council for a continuum of care for both Monterey and San Benito counties. That is a separate entity that leads and provides funding for a homeless in both counties. She has done this with exceptionally well, but always treating our residents facing homelessness with dignity, compassion, and concern. And so this resolution today just reads that Genevieve Lucas Conwell graduated from the University of Arizona with a bachelor's degrees in global health and development. She is a dedicated advocate in her field of social impact, driven by a deep commitment to improving our world. Genevieve's journey has taken her across continents, from AIDS education programs in South Africa to empowering refugees in Tucson and addressing global financial insecurity through microfinance initiatives. Genevieve's passion for supporting the unhoused individuals became her true calling, and has extensive experience working directly with the unhoused communities in San Francisco and Santa Cruz County. Genevieve initiated innovative programs, including the Transitional Age Youth Work Development Program and the Transformative Women's Empowerment Group for Unhoused Women. Previously, she served in numerous other leadership roles, including administrative officer for the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers, senior project manager for Santa Cruz Downtown Streets team, and the program manager for Santa Cruz and San Francisco County Downtown Streets team. As the outgoing executive director of the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers, Genevieve led the charge in implementing initiatives like the Lived Experience Advisory Directive and advancing the conversations around a coordinated entry system that serves everyone. Her leadership resulted in the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers achieving a remarkable 100% compliance rate through HUD and the first ever youth coordinated entry system. Her journey embodies her unwavering commitment to making a lasting impact on the lives of the most vulnerable among us, using data, innovation, and collaboration as her guiding principle. So therefore be it resolved, the County of Monterey Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all our county residents, recognize the exemplary accomplishments, leadership, and service Genevieve Lucas Conwell has provided to our communities in Monterey County and San Benito County, and wishes her success, good health, and happiness in all future endeavors. So Genevieve, she had to join us via Zoom today. She wasn't feeling too well, but we wanted, before your departure, we wanted to make sure that this Board of Supervisors recognize you for all your dedicated leadership here within our county. And we'll pass the mic to you.
Thank you so much. Definitely a lot of emotions, and oh, that's weird seeing my face on the screen, but thank you. Thank you to the Board of Supervisors. It's really been a pleasure to lead the continuum of care, and I couldn't have asked for a better day to have left with everyone in Monterey, San Benito County, gathering on one day to really learn and understand what our unhoused residents in our counties are experiencing and how we can support them. The fight doesn't end, and there's always continuous work to be done to support our unhoused residents. So everyone in the chambers and here, zooming in today, I encourage you to participate in the coalition's point in time count that will be hosted in January. We are asking for all volunteers. Gathering the data around this helps us to make sure that we have the best policies in place to capture who needs what. And like I mentioned, it's been an honor of a lifetime serving in this position. And thank you so much. I appreciate the recognition.
And last but not least, Genevieve, we want to thank you for helping expand the work, not only expanding our governance structure to allow more participation from the public in our continuum of care, but even new partnerships with King City and the most recent grant that we were awarded to do work in Pajaro in collaboration with the City of Watsonville and the County of Santa Cruz. These were all efforts that you helped, working in collaboration with various partners, but during your tenure, we did advance good work that will have a lasting impact and in helping us continue to make progress in reducing our numbers of homeless residents in Monterey and San Benito counties. I don't know if any of my colleagues want to share any other words. Supervisor Askew, as you have worked with Genevieve as well.
Yeah, no, Genevieve, I think, you've really raised the bar on what we know we can achieve when we're working together. Everything from the summit, putting together the second annual homeless summit, to continuing to bring all of our community and city partners to the table so that we can all be moving in the same direction. We are one of the few counties and regions that is statistically moving the needle on reducing our unhoused population of individuals, getting people into permanent shelter that's safe and where they can live a great, productive life here in Monterey County. And we are forever indebted to you. So look forward to finding ways to work with you in whatever your next steps lead. But thank you for your service to our community.
Thank you. And you would usually present a resolution. Oh, Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Just a little quick comment. I want to just tell you that you are leaving a really strong legacy within Monterey County for the work that you've done. And you've laid a path that we'll be able to continue to follow. So all of the work that you did we'll continue on and we'll be thinking about you as we do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. Okay, so we have this beautiful framed resolution. We'll make sure you get that, Genevieve. And again, thank you very much, and we look forward to see what the next chapter in your career will be, hopefully here locally. Thank you. Okay, everyone, we're now going back to item number 3. This is the adopted, we're going to allow public comment just after we make a brief presentation and from initial comments from the board. This is the resolution that came back from last week, initially the titled Adopting a Resolution Expressing Solidarity with the People of Israel in light of the recent terrorist attacks on Israeli residents and calling for just and lasting peace in the region for Israelis and Palestinians alike. Before I pass it to County Council, I just wanted to say that last week I had brought forward what I thought would be a resolution that our board could easily agree on because it condemned the brutality and slaughter of so many Israelis and Americans by Hamas on October 7th. It called for the release of all hostages. It called for just and lasting peace for Israelis and Palestinians alike, and requested that the flag of Israel be installed in our chamber, just as we did after the Russian Federation's attack on Ukraine in 2021. I wanted to reiterate that most of that resolution language was pulled from the House Resolution 771 that is now co-authored by 98% of all members of the House of Representatives, or 425 out of the 435 members. That includes our local Congress members, Zoe Lofgren and Jimmy Panetta, as well as other Democratic Congress members such as Hakeem Jeffries, Nancy Pelosi, and Barbara Lee, in addition to key Republican leaders. Most of our local press failed to mention that clear fact, except I think it was rightly covered in the Carmel Pinecone. We all know that there's not much bipartisanship on anything in Washington these days, but there's certainly overwhelming support across party lines when it came to the language of that particular resolution. Last week, the majority of my colleagues said that they had concerns over the language, and our county council and other staff worked on modifying the resolution. And I want to ask our county council, Les Gerard, to now explain the version, as it was one that was agendized last Friday for the public to review, and then there has been another one submitted today.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. At the conclusion of last week's meeting, I and your CAO, together with your County Communications Director, Nick Pasculi, Nick Chulos, Chief Assistant CAO, and Chief Assistant County Counsel Susan Blitch, worked on a revised resolution. What we did was we took into consideration all the comments of the Board of Supervisors and the public at the meeting last week. Mr. Pasculi even went back and listened to the audio of the meeting to make sure we tried to capture everything that we could. We intentionally did not reach out to individual supervisors, recognizing the split vote. We felt it would be inappropriate for us to get input from individual supervisors, so we tried to craft a resolution based on the comments in open session. That is the version of the resolution that has been placed on the agenda. We are in receipt of another version that, my understanding, has been suggested by members of the public, and I can share my screen to share that. And it's a red line version that shows the differences with the version that is currently on file. And I'll just scroll down. I'm not sure it's necessary to read it, but I will scroll through so you can see the underlined strikeout where there are additions as well as deletions, deletion of the second recital, additions to some other recitals as we go down. And finally, we get to the resolved portion. There is an addition, a second be it further resolved, that I will leave up on the screen for people to read. So that is what we have in front of you, is a resolution from your staff based on the comments in open session last week, and then another version suggested by the members of the public that came through one of the supervisorial offices. I'm happy to try to answer any questions, Chair.
And County Council, was that what supervisor submitted this version? Because I just got it this morning, didn't have time to review it much except when we were sitting in closed session, so.
I'm not entirely sure where it came from, but I believe maybe came through Supervisor Askew's office, but I'm informed that it came from members of the public, and Supervisor Askew merely provided it.
Yeah, so just to clarify, so there were, the agenda item included a resolution. We received some edits from members of the community. And then I did have some conversations with Supervisor Church yesterday. And there's actually a different version that we had talked about that having shared today, but it doesn't appear that that's, maybe we mixed, paths got crossed, so I don't see that copy floating around.
CIO De La Rosa.
The only change from the version that was shared with staff yesterday is only the formatting. The formatting was updated to match the formatting of the resolution that was posted, but all the track changes match the draft that was sent over yesterday.
So it looks like maybe the wrong email was sent or the wrong draft was sent or multiple versions floating around. So
That might be it.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sense of what I have here and then what Supervisor Church and I had discussed, as well as what's on the agenda. So I think there's multiple language changes that are floating around.
So Chair, if I may, the options for the board are to adopt the resolution on file, make amendments to the resolution on file, adopt a substitute resolution, or take no action.
Yes, I want to speak, first of all, to the compromise version that County Counsel's office drafted, because I think there is some expanded points that I can't agree on. There was a lot of other points that were completely removed, and I just want to, for the record, the public to know that. And then I want to comment on the most recent changes to this version that I just received this morning. First of all, on the new points that were expanded upon, I do want to say I, of course, support the language denouncing anti-Semitism and anti-Islamophobia and any such actions. I support adding the language of Palestinian Americans, Muslim American residents who are concerned for their safety as well and security for the people in the region, including their families and friends. I also support the language about within the bounds of international law when it came to a nation defending itself when attacked. I support the expanded language about providing humanitarian aid to innocent victims of the conflict and also expressing collective concern for the innocent. Undoubtedly, language that needed to be included, no issues there. I also wanted to just tell the members of the public, I want to also say, and that I also mourn for the thousands of Palestinians, many who are children, who have been victims of the terrible violence that was initiated by the actions of Hamas, and now in this is Israel and Hamas war that has ensued since October 7th. I also want to strongly support the safe passage to Egypt to be negotiated by our nation and other nations, and that more humanitarian aid be brought in as soon as possible to provide relief to the Palestinian people. Yesterday, President Biden also stated these words, that as hard as it is, we cannot give up on peace. We cannot give up on a two-state solution. Israelis and Palestinians equally deserve to live in peace, safety, dignity, and peace. And I cannot agree more with that statement. This resolution that was crafted by County Council and was posted on the agenda last Friday doesn't include everything I wanted. And in fact, some significant paragraphs have been omitted from this version, and it's certainly a compromise based on the comments that the majority expressed last week. But on this version that was drafted by County Council, if it gets this board to reach some consensus on denouncing this terrorism, then I could support this version. And if we cannot denounce terrorism, we cannot call for and if we cannot call for the release of hostages, if we cannot call for just and lasting peace for Israelis and Palestinians alike, then this board would fail in demonstrating a basic level of leadership as we witness such a massive loss of innocent lives right before our eyes. What was excluded from the original resolution that came from the House of Representatives with 98% co-authorship of all members of the House, it removes some significant facts, which I find troubling. But I'm willing to support this version. It removed that this act took place at the 50th anniversary of the Yom Kippur War against Israel in 1973. It removes a paragraph that specifically states Hamas launched 4,500 rockets, killing 900 Israeli and injured 2,600. Why that was removed troubles me. It removes any mention of the possible expansion specifically by Hezbollah in Lebanon or Iran or other potential fronts to this war. Those are real concerns as we've been observing. It removes blames for Hamas for subsequent deaths of Palestinians, even though we know they used them, Palestinians, as human shields and used their homes and infrastructure to carry out their acts of terrorism. It removes a paragraph about foreign aid and missile defense to Israel. Removes that the clear fact that Israel is a non-NATO ally and major strategic partner in the Middle East for the United States. And it also removed not putting a flag, even though we set precedent with the flag of Ukraine, as you can see behind me. Now, this new version, as I was just reading this morning, does even more. It removes even more. And it changes the focus of the original resolution. Now, this resolution is no longer denouncing the terrorism specifically of Hamas, even though it was mentioned numerous times in the original version. Now, I think almost all mention of Hamas is completely removed. I think every mention is removed, including the third paragraph, which states, Hamas terrorists crossed Israel, Gaza border and began slaughtering Israelis and abducting 100 to 150 hostages in southern Israeli towns, including innocent babies, children, women, and elderly and men. That is now removed in Supervisor Askew's version. In her version as well, in the first paragraph that says, therefore be it resolved, also completely removes the last three words, which was, this was intended to denounce, condemn the terrorist attacks by Hamas. Now it removes the attacks of Hamas in that paragraph, the last three words. In the next paragraph, the second, therefore, be it further resolved, it now removes support the right of a nation to defend itself when attacked without provocation, provided the defense is conducted within the bounds of international law. Supervisor Askew removes that as well. And then in the next paragraph, now it says it includes a ceasefire language, which now, I don't know what that means, but now it's also saying that Israel cannot hold Hamas accountable for its terrorist attacks with that additional line. So that's why I'm in trouble. Now it's even calling for nothing to be done to Hamas, despite their brutality, despite the beheadings, despite the rapes that occurred. Now it's calling for no action, nothing to be held, nothing to be done to hold them accountable for their acts of terrorism. We know that if no action is done, they will do it again in the future. So those are my opinions on the change language. So Council, you had something to add here?
Yes, Chair. Apparently, I was not in possession of the most recent version of the substitute resolution. So let me share my screen and share that.
And I was reading the version that was redlined to show the changes that were made in contrast to County Council's version.
So let me. So my understanding is that this is the most current version of the substitute resolution, if you will. So it does have the second whereas clause, recognizing that Hamas terrorists crossed the Israeli-Gaza border and killed 1,400 civilians and abducted hostages. It deletes the recital about the expansion of the conflict. There are some further additions here. I'll keep this up so people can read it.
Yeah, I think that second paragraph is not in this version that was placed on our desk. Yeah.
And then be it further resolved. So I trust this is the most recent version of the alternate resolution. So.
All right, we'll open it up for discussion, or otherwise we could go to public comment first. Okay, all right. We'll go to public comment for those in chambers first, and then we'll go to those online. And we'll allow for 2 minutes to each speaker, as we have numerous.
My name is Charlotte Solomon. I'm a resident of Monterey County. I am also the child of Holocaust survivors. I'm a proud American, a dedicated Jew, a committed Zionist, and against all odds, a continuing proponent of the two-state solution for Israel and the Palestinians. And based on my review of the new resolution and then the discussion this morning, I feel even more strongly about these remarks. The original resolution by Supervisor Alejo, after the brutal, depraved terrorist attack by Hamas on October 7th, asked this board to do one thing: condemn the horrific assault by Hamas while expressing solidarity with Israel as it recovers from the worst terrorist attack in its history. Supervisor Alejo's original resolution mirrored the resolution passed by Congress and the emotional and powerful remarks by Governor Gavin Newsom, President Joe Biden, former President Barack Obama, and many other leaders across the U.S. and around the world promptly after Hamas's attack. The original resolution before the board did not ask this Board of Supervisors to take sides in the conflict or to weigh in on a strategy for the Middle East. But this board has now turned this resolution into a series of platitudes along the lines of war is hell. And while that is obviously true, your inability to issue a clear statement condemning terror and its known perpetrators is ethically and morally unsupportable, and you have demonstrated a profound lack of moral courage. You will have other opportunities to weigh in. The situation will continue. But if this board is unable to singularly condemn a massive terrorist attack and the worst atrocity against Jews since the Nazi era, why are you even speaking out? The history is immensely complicated, and I expect that many of you are not so familiar with it, and why would you be? But this is complicating your decision to weigh in. Supervisor Alejo asked for a simple and clear resolution. The current resolution has lost its moral clarity and is a half-hearted statement of nothing in particular. Your new words have only increased my anguish, and I am profoundly disappointed.
Thank you.
And I urge you to reconsider.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your comments. Yeah, when the sound goes off, we try to have people just wrap up so I don't have to cut anyone off. I usually let it go a few seconds.
Good morning. Name is Eric Peterson, and regarding this, I don't want to express an opinion so much on the measure, but I noticed in the letters sent to you there was one criticizing the board for even considering this. And I'd just like to express my opinion that I support the rights of the members of the board, both collectively and individually, to express their opinions on items like this. And in kind of a weird coincidence, today in the House of Representatives, Marjorie Taylor Greene submitted a rather bizarre resolution condemning one of her fellow House members. And if she could do something like that, I really support you folks. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in chambers? I know we got a few speakers here.
My name is David Norman. I'm a resident of Monterey County. I appreciate the board's efforts to improve the language of its resolution. However, the resolution is still unacceptable for the following reasons and more. Number one, the resolution purports to speak on behalf of all the residents of Monterey County. I am a resident of Monterey County, and I unequivocally disavow this resolution. I forbid this board to lie about me claiming that I support it. And I can reasonably speak on behalf of all the residents in Monterey County who do not support it when I say that this board may not speak on our behalf or defame us by claiming that we support something which we unequivocally oppose. Two, the resolution further states the Board of Supervisors on behalf of Monterey County and all the residents thereof demands the immediate release of hostages. The resolution cannot pass because such a demand is unconstitutional. Under Article 1, Section 10 of the U.S. Constitution, the Supremacy Clause and various examples of Supreme Court case laws such as Jering v. Miller, the field of foreign affairs has been preempted by the federal government and the states may not engage in it. This includes the sub-level governments of the states such as the county. In Zering, the Supreme Court outlined a constitutional principle called the Dormant Foreign Affairs Doctrine or Foreign Affairs field preemption, which limits the state's power to act in foreign affairs. In Zering, the law in question did not conflict with any foreign policy, federal policy, but even with no such conflict, the court still held that a state may not intrude into the broader field of foreign affairs that the Constitution entrusts to the federal government. The same logic would apply here. Perhaps most importantly, the Jewish and Islamic communities in Monterey County have discussed this resolution and agreed that it is unacceptable in both its forms. We are in agreement that Monterey County should just stay out of this conflict and that no resolution is necessary. We don't want it. Therefore, the entire resolution is inappropriate, unconstitutional, and should be abandoned as of this meeting. And as to point number 3, the basic point here is that the resolution is divisive. Our communities are at peace, and we don't want to bring this conflict here. And again, it's none of this board's business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this is not usurping federal powers. This is a symbolic resolution. Thank you.
Good morning, board. My name is Stan Williams, resident and registered voter of Monterey County, living in the city of Monterey, and I'm here to make a public comment against the ceremonial resolution for solidarity with the nation state of Israel. Let me be clear, I am not supporting the state of Israel. That does not mean I hate Jewish people. I hate genocide, and I'm always going to speak out against genocide. A genocide entails taking specific actions such as killing or deliberately inflicting the conditions to destroy a group of people. It is being committed by Israel in front of our eyes and should not look away. The Israeli government has cut off water, food, fuel, electricity, and medical supplies to the people of Palestine. This constitutes collective punishment, which amounts to a war crime, and this resolution is tacit support of these actions. The Palestinian people over the last 75 years have been dispossessed of their lands, made stateless, and have become refugees and subjected to apartheid conditions by the state of Israel. Palestinians have lived on that land for thousands of years and have a right to be there. The Palestinian people also have a right to self-determination and a right to defend themselves since they are actively being oppressed. The Gaza Strip has been under siege by Israel for more than 16 years and has endured relentless bombardment by artillery and airstrikes for the past 2 weeks. Many of that ordnance comes from the tax dollars me and you pay. Do not support this resolution. If you vote yes on this resolution, you are choosing one group of human beings over another group of human beings. Our nation has a horrible history of supporting causes that inflict harm on people. Do not support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Go to the next speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I applaud the 3 board members that motioned for a rewrite of this resolution. Despite it being more balanced, it is still lacking. And no matter how many rewrites, it will never be balanced perfectly to anyone's satisfaction. Considering the events of the past week in Gaza, this whole resolution should be shelved. Mr. Alejo, you admitted to basically parroting your original resolution to be in line with the Congress, so no thought was given into writing the original resolution on your own. You abused your power and put the flag up in the chamber for your social media photo op. It was clear that the flag placement would be voted on in the original resolution and put up only if passed. I will not salute the American flag with any foreign flags next to it on the same level. For me, because of what my family went through in Palestine and my people are going through in Palestine, there will never be a way to balance such resolutions. All elected officials walk a fine line if they criticize Israel or even say they support Israel and support the Palestinian people. They still run the risk of ending their political careers or being attacked. This was evident when Mr. Alejo questioned the loyalty of the 3 supervisors that were not in favor of the resolution's original wording. It seems in this new world order of ours, having an opinion outside the box is not allowed. Shame on you, Mr. Alejo. When things did not go in your favor, you acted very much like a small child, not getting your way, taking to social media and television. You indicated it was the worst day of your career. Really? Maybe you should take a lesson and not bring these issues of foreign policy to the county level. There are enough problems in your own district that you don't need to do this. Stop wasting our taxpayers' money on this nonsense, considering you know nothing of this save what the media and the lobbies you pander to have fed you. If you want to open this can of worms, there are dozens of world conflicts that you can make resolutions about. The list goes on and on. You should do this for every conflict in the world and it'll never finish. And then you'll have a gallery of flags that'll look like the United Nations. So it's clear how you stand with the Muslim and Arab voters of this county, and we will never forget what you did.
Thank you very much, sir. Next speaker. Next speaker.
Hi, I'd like to address you guys pretty briefly today. I am incredibly upset by the response that you guys have put forth. This is not something that I believe in. There is atrocity on both sides, and this is not something that is acceptable. You guys are proposing that it all just kind of be swept aside on one side and indemnified on the other, and your resolution does not properly identify or indemnify all of the war crimes currently happening. Please make it known that Monterey does not stand for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Thank you for letting me speak this morning. My name is Marley Auerbach. I'm a resident of Monterey County. And prior to my coming here, I had read the resolution that was posted online, which I wanted to say I, my friends, people that I know supported, with the exception that it did not identify strongly enough the acts of Hamas. Now, I recognize there are people in the audience who don't agree with me, and there were members of the board who, if I'm not misquoting, thought that they were speaking on the information that they had at the time. We have new information. I would say that in deference to previous speakers, there is a history, and no one will ever be able to untangle every thread. But I think we can identify evil when we see it. New information includes some of the forensic evidence of the bodies that were found in Israel. Children burned alive with their hands behind their back. You can know it because there's soot in their trachea. A mother and a child bound together with wire before being burned alive. The skeleton's hardly recognizable. Women who were raped with such brutality that their pelvic and leg bones were broken. This is not normal. But what's interesting is that Hamas filmed it and videoed. Why? I believe they did it so that animosity and hatred would prevent any kind of peaceful coexistence. That was the purpose. Have they succeeded? Let's let them not succeed. I support the chairman in bringing forward something that identifies something which is evil. And by the way, Hamas is holding 1 million liters of fuel, which they don't release, that could run both the electric and desalinization plants in Gaza. They choose not to while they hide out in Qatar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Joshua Funn. I'm a recent resident of Monterey County. So the first problem with this resolution is that, obviously it's so one-sided towards Israel. It only explicitly expresses solidarity and, in fact, empathy with Israelis and Americans in Israel. But what about Gazans? What about American Palestinians in Gaza? It only mentions, and a lot, right, especially the version I downloaded from the internet, the atrocities of Hamas. What about the massive war crimes Israel has committed in Gaza since October 7th? Murdering, slaughtering over 5,000 innocent Palestinians, cutting them off from all their resources. These are war crimes. Second, Israel hiding behind this supposed right to defend itself to engage in genocide, as well as the proponents of this resolution doing the same. So this propagandized definition of right to defend yourself really relies on us forgetting that there's an occupation, forgetting there's apartheid, forgetting there's a 16-year blockade of the people, forgetting that Israeli leaders going in, what they say is mow the lawn in Gaza every few years. They thought they could just handle this problem and keep people oppressed like that, and there would never be a reaction. So yeah, what Hamas did was obviously horrible. Nobody I've heard justifies it. What you proponents cannot do is condemn the terrorism of Israel. So don't accuse us of not being able to condemn Hamas. We condemn it. You don't condemn the occupation. You don't condemn killing little babies, blowing them to bits. I saw dads in Gaza carrying around bags of their kids' organs. That's what you support. Understand that. And the people in this community are never going to forget that, right? So if you want to pass a constructive resolution, okay, and you want to call for lasting justice and peace, why don't you stop decontextualizing the situation so that people are ignorant and can never decide what the real issue is, which is the occupation. It's what perpetuates violence there. And just because we've manufactured consent in our country for decades around this, right, doesn't make it right. So if you want to have a constructive solution, why don't you call for what 66% of Americans said they just support in a poll? An immediate ceasefire, an immediate and unrestricted flow of aid to Gaza. I think we can all support that. And finally, to the you proponents, shame on you. The community is never going to forget you too.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
So good morning. My name's Eloise Shim, and I'm a Monterey County resident. And I have to say, I did read the downloaded version of the changes that you made from the first version, which were not very much different than the first version. Actually, it does demonize, it's pro-Palestinian completely. And it gives very little paltry changes about the terrorist activity of Israel that has been going on for 75 years. It doesn't mention Israel as a terrorist state. It doesn't mention Israel as an apartheid state. And you know, the justification that you have, Chair Alejo, is that, well, I'm backing the United States because the House of Representatives and the president is pro-Israel. Not all of the House of Representatives is pro-Israel. And I don't know if you have seen all of the demonstrations and protests in the last week, nationally, regionally, and worldwide, but there are hundreds and thousands of people that are pro-Palestinian, are asking for a ceasefire and condemning what Israel, who you are upholding to stand with, they are against what Israel has done. So this new resolution basically is just standing with Israel, who is an apartheid state. They're killing Palestinians.
Thank you for your comments. Go to the next speaker in chambers.
I don't speak to you. Speak to the people of America.
We'll allow 2 minutes.
The only evil here is white supremacy. The only reason these people will not denounce it is because it is what this nation stands on. The necks of brown and black people. This is not an act of Judaism. It is not an act of Israel. It is an act of terrorism. It is an act of white supremacy. And we are quiet. My words don't matter. These are the mothers of Gaza. There is no one left in Gaza. Oh world, my husband was martyred. Where are my children? Why does Instagram not work? Why is everything being taken off of our social media? Go on TikTok, see the truth, find primary sources, people who are there. Follow the people. The Israeli people are marching for the Palestinian people who are anti-Zionist, anti-white supremacy. Your time is over. You can stand there and smirk and laugh, but I know you're afraid. If you are afraid, that is good. If you are afraid, that means you have a heart. Send light to what you are afraid of. I worked with the immigrant and refugee community of the United States of America for 8 years. These people will bring you into their homes and feed you when they have nothing. They will stand beside you and take care of you like you are their family because you are. Read the word of Islam. I have no religion. I have no God. I just have a heart. Please. All of this will fall. It is falling now. Come with us.
Thank you very much. Go to the next speaker in chambers. And we'll go to those online.
There's more here.
Okay.
Hello, my name is McGregor Eddy. My grandfather was William Alfred Eddy. He was the translator kneeling between the old King Ibn Saud and FDR when the first agreement about Israel was proposed. I'm as old as Israel. The old king said to FDR, translated by my grandfather, "But we did not kill the Jews, the Germans did. Why don't you give them German land?" Such a simple question, that the punishment should be on the people who did the crime. We have a history in this country of punishing the wrong people. On 9/11, 3,000 Americans died in the towers, and we bombed Afghanistan. We destroyed Iraq. We did this to the wrong people, but we never touched the actual criminals, Saudi Arabia, who now are most favored nation, have committed crimes in Yemen, identified by dismembered Jamal Khashoggi. We punish the wrong people. We give disproportionate death for one American and thousands die. Libya, Afghanistan, Iraq are destroyed. We set a bad example, and we send a lot of military aid to Israel, to Ukraine, and to Taiwan now. We are a country of war. The United States people do not want this. In a CNN poll, when people were asked when it was broken down, they said, yes, we can send some training and intelligence to Ukraine and other people we support, but we should not send weapons and troops when it was broken down. This is a CNN poll. When we asked weapons, people, it was less than 25%. The American people don't want this endless war. Stop supporting despots and cruel states. Stop turning our country into weapons, and I will not salute the flag when there's a foreign flag up there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person in chambers.
I have had many thoughts about what to say, about how you will not listen to me, how you don't care, maybe no matter what I say. I don't feel safe. My community doesn't feel safe. We are under attack. America is under attack from growing fascism, neocolonialism, from terrorism, from white supremacist ideologies. Members of our community who are children have already been attacked and harassed here in Monterey County because of people like you, Chair Alejo, who think we are terrorists and terrorist sympathizers for speaking out about the apartheid and ethnic cleansing abroad in Palestine, illegally occupied Palestine. Terrorists for speaking up against the powers of colonialism. I have to justify everything I say first by saying I condone terrorism when you, with your language, have been conflating all Palestinians, Palestinian Americans, Christian, Muslims, anyone who has actually been paying attention with terrorism. Anyone who's been paying attention before October 7th has been watching these same terrorist acts happen time and time and time and time again to the Palestinian people, to our family. And as you've so clearly demonstrated, you are wholly unprepared on this topic and you do not know what you are talking about. My family can't even return as Americans without the risk of harassment by Israeli actors, the Israeli military, because they are still Palestinian. They've been shot at by the Israeli occupying force for getting off a tour bus after visiting their family. Abductions of children. Children arrested and put in prison for throwing rocks at Israeli soldiers after witnessing their people's occupation and displacement. Violent, militant sexual assaults of civilians. Actual beheadings from bombs, from occupiers. That is terrorism. When we are speaking up about what has happened to our family members and community, we are stalked and have all our private and personal information released on websites slandering us like a Canary Mission and told we are anti-Semitic, even though our families helped the first wave of Jews and Holocaust survivors, only for the second wave to wipe out our villages. We are watching scores of our family members die, quite literally by the dozens.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
Even before this, our family in Palestine were attacked for peacefully protesting. Gaza doesn't have a military force.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hamas is a paramilitary force. I bet every Palestinian is being displaced right now in Gaza. Every Palestinian. And this is what you come up with? It's pathetic. It's disappointing. Shameful.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're pathetic.
Thank you. Next person. Any other speakers in chambers? Okay, we'll go. One more speaker. Thank you.
Well, congratulations, Mr. Alejo. You brought me out of semi-retirement. I think I agree with the majority of the voices. Well, the voices I have heard here right now, the majority of them, because this is very much a one-sided resolution, one in which really the county, I see it coming from one individual, because listening to last week's meeting, I heard a lot of, I'm not sure that this is the place for us on this resolution. This is a national, playing backyard politics with an international ticking bomb is not a really good idea. While some people may have aspirations for higher office, this is a county office. Worry about power, worry about the homeless. But this situation right now, as we speak, bombs are being dropped on innocent children. This isn't something that started on October 8th. This is a very complex situation that has been going on for more than 75 years in order to try to detangle it with a couple of words. A yes on this, it basically says, yes, we support money for bombs. And by the way, we'll send you some trucks with some food so these people who are being bombed can have a last meal, because they live in prisons. They live in prisons. It's panoptic. They have to watch. They can't come. They can't go. They can't. Mr. Alejo, you're always talking about how you support UFW rights and the farm worker, which you, by the way, never really participated in. You were sort of born after. I was across the street with my father when Cesar was in jail. And I remember all the protests that existed then. And all the people that were here, like Ethel Kennedy, who showed up, Coretta Scott King, who showed up, we're all told that we're all used this rhetoric, language, telling them that they were the bad people when really they were just fighting on the side of justice. Mitch McConnell himself said, don't worry, this helps the economy because we're paying for bombs. Is that how you want to support the economy,
Thank you for your
Mr. Alejo?
comments.
By paying for bombs to kill and bloody and massacre and ethnically
Thank you for your
cleanse the
comments. Your
people?
time is up.
I suggest you vote no on this resolution, or at least include the words ceasefire, de-escalation, stop the blood.
Okay, thank you.
But I don't think the majority of people here agree with you.
Thank you very much. Go to anyone else in chambers. One more person coming forward.
How you doing, gentlemen, ladies? My name is Dodi. I am the father of Maryam Khalil. She was the victim a week ago from what's going on right now. Just to tell you, I'm very concerned about the safety of our people here. That's the most important right now. And I'm very upset for what happened to her. And I will let it take, I very trust the law that they will get this, get it done. So I just want to let you know that was me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person.
Hi, I had a whole speech prepared about like appeal to humanity, but Mr. Aleo, you can't even look at people in the eyes when they tell you about their opinion. So if you can look at me in the eyes, you're disgusting. You're absolutely awful. A lot of the language that you have that you have just said about on the board, whenever you talked about Israel, it flowed so smoothly. It was like butter. But every time you talk about Palestine, you stutter. Every other word, you stutter. Why are you stuttering? Oh, it's because you don't believe anything you're saying at all. If you truly believed in a peaceful resolution between Palestine and Israel, both of those flags would be up there with you right now. Both of those flags. Yet you have failed to address what's happening in Palestine. 2.2 million people live on the Gaza Strip. 1.4 million within the last 16 days have been displaced. 5,000 people have been killed. 2,000 of those people were children, babies. 60% of the Gazan population are children under the age of 24. 50% are children under 18. They have only known this open air prison, but they only want to call it an open air prison because they don't want to mention that what it really is a concentration camp. So Mr. Aleo, if history does remember you, history will not remember you kindly. Good day.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers? See no one else come forward, we'll go to those online.
Sarah?
Hi, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, hi, Mr. Lejo. I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you. I'm going to try to make it short and sweet. Everyone has brought a lot of partial facts to the table, and I suggest anyone that can hear my words that you do the proper research, because there's a lot of things even coming out of your mouth, Mr., that you are not accurate. The reason why I'm here today is because my friend made a tweet and your response to her was quote unquote terrorist supporter. Now, as a man in your position, I do expect you to have a little bit of a higher road to take. And if this type of language makes it very comfortable for the community to disrespect our Muslim brothers and sisters. I was at a peaceful protest and I was egged with my child. Okay, that type of commentary where you told love_nafs that she was a terrorist supporter is highly disrespectful. Now, listen to me when I tell you, I followed this for 20 years. I have 20 years experience following this conflict. A lot of information is not being said. And I'm not going to say it here because I encourage everybody to do their own homework. We are all being lied to, and it's our responsibility because we are funding an American funded occupation in another country to be educational about that. I personally attempt to not use inflammatory language because I understand if I'm here to educate others, yelling and screaming and being aggressive isn't going to get that. But I encourage you, Alejo, as a Native American woman, as a Mexican woman whose family has been genocide off of the lands I walk on. My lineage goes back to when Mexico was taken from California, where I'm at right now, to really think about the place that you're in. And I encourage you to be brave in these moments and to think about what you're saying, because I'm going to tell you right now, no matter how much you support Zionists, they're never going to like you. They're never going to like us, and they don't. This is white supremacy at its best, and we have to be for each other. We are human beings, and I am not Muslim, but I'll tell you right now, until there's no air in my lungs, I will support Palestine. Ceasefire, please. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Next speaker.
Sam H. Sam H.
Sam H., you're up for your 2 minutes of public comment.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Sam Hakim. I live in Monterey. Clearly this is a very divisive issue. I've heard both sides today. I think we don't need a resolution because it will create more division in our county. We don't need to bring this conflict over here. There's a 5-year-old boy that was murdered in, I think, Detroit. There was a rabbi woman who was also killed. There was a 13-year-old girl that was attacked in Monterey, I don't think this resolution is going to solve anything. I think we don't need any resolution. We need peace, and we need to keep hate out of Monterey County. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Carla Lobo. Carla Lobo.
Thank you. I'm here today to stand in solidarity with Palestine. Viva Palestina. For us to devise this resolution and speak on behalf of all Monterey County, it's unfortunate that we don't know the historical background about this war and those that have come before us. The misinformation that we see every day still has brought us here to not only divide our own community, but put the lives in danger of so many. Those that stand in solidarity, those that stand for peace, cease war, are intricately being positioned in danger every day moving forward. The peaceful protest, as a previous caller mentioned, was aid. Then there was individuals that were stepping out of their vehicle to physically harm children, women, families, and all in between. So for us to continue to bring a resolution forth is negating the voices of every Monterey County resident. And then to sit in this dais and not hold decorum outside of the position of supervisor is even more demeaning for the Monterey County. It's almost the same rhetoric that Phillips did as he sat in those same chambers. The Monterey County is crying out very clearly that this resolution is not needed, or that further education must be met before that we can actually have this discussion. Because as we may want to support one side and not the other, we are imminently putting every resident in danger. I myself have gotten death threats off of just support. Central Coast Democratic Socialists of America stand in support and in solidarity with the Palestinian people. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Phone number ending in 705.
Yes, I cannot support such a one-sided resolution without recognizing the atrocities Israel has committed upon the Palestinian people for years, which has caused the buildup of the Hamas violence. Israel has taken more land than what was given to them, and the Palestinians have had to sacrifice their land for Israel and their people. And how would we like it if we had to sacrifice the state of California for a displaced population? So we need a resolution that tells Israel, give back what doesn't belong to them and start obeying their God's law, which is love one another, and offer a peace to the Palestinian people and say, let's start a beautiful relationship, because that is God's law and that is what it's all about. Thank you.
Ricardo Diaz.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak on this in support of not having this resolution pass at all. At least 4 of you have saw my blog, City of Casserole, or my Twitter, Knowledge 1422, and I advocate for humanity and all human life. And this resolution does not say that. Here in Monterey County, which is local, we had a person named Max Steiner take down, and out of hate, the sand dune in Sand City, and allegedly assaulted 3 young women. And I just want to point out that last week, Mr. Alejo acted very childish and said that this is one of the most shameful moments during my 7 years of this board. Basically, saying that to his colleagues, very unprofessional. He got into it with some other elected officials on the comments. I think the three that voted last week, I think we don't need this. Your constituents, you've heard them. This is the majority of them. They speak for other people too. I think we don't need this division in our county, and I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Nicholas Creary.
Hello, thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak. I'm a recent resident in Monterey County, and prior to that, I have worked as a historian of Africa and world history at a number of institutions. And many people here have mentioned the significance of history. And I think in order to really understand what is happening today, you have to go back into the history. You have to go back to the British duplicity in the Balfour Declaration of 1917. You have to talk about the 50-some thousand European settlers who were relocated into the area of Palestine prior to 1925. You have to talk about the massive increase of European settlers into Palestine, which culminated in the Palestinian massacre, the massacre of over 5,000 Arabs in Palestine as a result of that by British forces and by Jewish paramilitary forces. Significantly, all of this happening before the rise of the Nazis, all of this happening before the Shoah of the 1940s. This is not just something that started in 1948. It goes back, it is quite simply an extension and a progression of European settler colonialism. And I cannot abide by anybody who represents me or represents this nation supporting European settler colonialism. I am a veteran of the anti-apartheid movement, and I was saying back in the 80s that the parallels were obvious, to everyone. And so with that, I will yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Amina Kanal.
I don't know if they heard that.
Amina Khalil.
Hello, my name is Amina Khalil. My sister was assaulted and choked by a Zionist running for Congress for writing Free Gaza on the dunes. I am a long-term resident of Monterey County. I was born and raised Palestinian, Muslim, and American. The statistics are obvious. Alongside the condemnation of killing citizens, we must also condemn the 75 years of occupation, apartheid, and genocide on the Palestinian people. We must condemn the 6,000 Palestinian civilians and 1,500 children who were killed these past 2 weeks. We must condemn the hundreds of Palestinians who die every single year. This didn't start 2 weeks ago. We must condemn the media who has spewed lies like the beheading of 40 children that was proven not true, yet still stated by Chair Alejo. You mentioned Israeli civilians attacked and failed to mention the Americans stuck in Gaza right now. Americans, our tax dollars are bombing right now. Americans, you want to stand with killing. The people of Monterey County do not stand with Israel. As representatives of the people, we want to make it clear that this county does not stand with genocide. This county demands repercussions on the human rights violations that Israel has and is committing against the Palestinians. These include collective punishment, genocide, apartheid, ethnic cleansing, the use of white phosphorus in war, unjust imprisonment, illegal occupation, and so much more. The support of Israel is the support of terrorism in Gaza and in our hometown. A 6-year-old and his mother were stabbed by a Zionist who entered their home because they are Palestinian American. In our hometown, a 13-year-old was choked by a 36-year-old. This week alone, 3 Palestinians were assaulted for their support on Palestine. We must address our community first. These are the people you want to stand with. To stand with Israel is to stand with Islamophobia, and it's to stand with the genocide of Palestinians. And I would like to yield my time.
Thank you.
Zainab?
Hello, everyone.
Yes, go
My
ahead.
parents, sorry, could you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
My parents are from Afghanistan. My father experienced the start of Soviet Union war, and my mother experienced the war with the Taliban. The reason I bring this up is because firsthand I've seen the trauma left upon them till today. I've seen the effects. My mom's childhood stories aren't wholesome memories. They are stories of poverty, despair, and bomb blasts. People are dying in Gaza right now, and the worst part is even those who aren't dying are wishing they are dead because of the extreme trauma they are going through. How will the Palestinians in Gaza recover? And how will the ones left after this go back to their normal lives? Even the ones who are alive are dead. And you don't need to be Palestinian to care about the living and the dead. You have to be a human being. These are human beings just like us who don't deserve what's happening to them. This is inhumane, this is genocide, and this is what you want to support? Just because you wear a fancy suit and call yourself a politician doesn't mean you are less of a terrorist, especially if you are supporting a war crime like this. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Next speaker.
Sudan, Palestine.
Hi, I have nothing much to say. I just want to say free Palestine and free Sudan. Thank you.
Pearl Warwick. Pearl Warwick.
Pearl Warwick, if you could
Hello?
unmute yourself. Yes, we could hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. I wanted to let you know this past weekend, a protest was held in Monterey to express solidarity with the Palestinian people. It was really cold, it was raining, but yet there was all walks of life there, not just Muslims or Arabs. There was every race there, you know, Asian, Mexican, whites, Arabs, everybody. And even members from the LGBTQ community, all there for one cause. To give a voice to those who are silenced in Gaza, to demand a ceasefire, to demand aid be delivered to the borders and for humanity. This is proof, shows that this is what the American people want. So, board members, I urge you to improve your resolution further to stray away from the one-sided rhetoric. I urge you to uphold the sanctity of human life. And that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm going to do last call for public comments in chambers or online. We'll give it a few seconds. I don't want anyone to say that they were cut off. See none? See none. We'll bring this back for public discussion now. Thank you. We'll close public comment. I'll bring this back to the board for discussion. Supervisor Askew.
So sorry. I want to start by thanking everyone who reached out to me in the last week with compassion and kindness to share additional perspectives and to help me continue learning. My learning curve is steep this week about the history and context of this conflict. I want to believe that the original intent of my colleague in bringing this forward was to express our support for peace and to let our community know, both Israeli and Palestinian neighbors, that our hearts are breaking with you as we watch your families suffer abroad. With that being said, it's clear last week and it's clear today and it's clear in the conversations I've had with people that what this has done is cause division and cause additional harm in our community. It's not good for our board and the work that we have here in Monterey County to get done. And it's really not good for our community who are hurting. So as I stated last week, I don't have words to describe the heartbreak that I feel watching what's taking place. And I stand firmly against all acts of violence committed against innocent people, be they in Israel, be they in Gaza. I asked last week, and I'm going to ask again, that we take no action on this, There is clearly no way that we can speak for our community. Our community is hurting, and the actions of our board has caused additional harm and additional pain. We must be responsible. So today, I'm going to ask that we take no action on this resolution. Instead, we resolve to support peace throughout our world. I want to offer, I can speak for myself, our community, an apology for the harm that we've caused you, the harm that's been shared with me personally, the harm that we heard here shared today. I can speak for myself and I can say I'm sorry. And with that, I'll make a motion that we take no action on this item today.
And with that, I'll second the motion.
There's been a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I'd like to make a few comments.
Yes, please, and then we'll go down this way.
Thank you. I fully support what you just said, Supervisor Rudasky, and I'm just really appreciative of your offer of apology, as I do as well. But I do want to make just a couple of comments, as I've been sitting here thinking and just writing a couple of thoughts down. And that's that, as from everyone that I've heard, there have all been these similar experiences. Everyone who has spoken has been impacted by decades of tyranny, or war, and hatred, and atrocities that are beyond anything that I know I could even imagine. I know innocent people and children and old people have all been killed for decades. But what I hope for is I just please let us stand for peace. We're not going to resolve these international issues, but we can use our time on this earth to foster empathy, to foster forgiveness, to foster peace in our daily lives, in our thoughts, and in every breath that we take. And I'm very happy to second the motion that you've made, Wendy.
Thank you. We'll go to Supervisor Church and then we'll go to Supervisor Lopez.
The role of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors is to take care of the welfare of the people of Monterey County. And foreign policy, as a speaker mentioned earlier, is very complex. I think it diverts us in many ways from what is our task at hand. So I am also and very much in favor of not taking an action upon this. I think a statement that the State Department put out or last year on March 26, 2022, really, lays out what foreign policy and an equal balance on this really should be. But that is not our role. And that statement was basically to support the two-state solution, and that both Israelis and Palestinians deserve equal measures of freedom, security, and prosperity. But that is not the purview of the Board of Supervisors. And I don't see where we take an action today can do anything to alleviate the pain, the suffering that goes on. Not a single hostage will be freed. Not a single act of violence will be stopped. Nothing will be done to help the people that are here in this county. And that's where the business we need to go back and focus on. Thank you.
Supervisor Lopez.
I won't be able to support the motion today, largely because, again, as a student of history, understanding that appeasement led to what we experienced during World War II, without calling out Hamas and their terrorist actions, we are burying our head in the sand. So I cannot take that position. I understand the atrocities on both sides, from the lines of 67 to Shatila and Sabra. I understand the history. But given what we saw, again, folks talked about primary sources, and I talked about last week, I saw those primary sources. I saw the dead bodies on TikTok. I saw the dead bodies on Instagram. And I can't bury my head in the sand and say for...
We're going to ask for no comments from the public at this point, please.
So moving forward from here, that's where my position is.
We are asking you to follow the rules of decorum or we will clear their chambers.
Follow the rules of warfare. Follow the rules of humanity.
I'm good, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, and lastly, I agree with Supervisor Lopez here. First of all, I want to thank people for coming. pro or against, or asking for no action to be taken, whether I agree with you or not, your comments are always welcome here. It's our obligation to listen to you. And I think as a result of some of the comments made last week, our county council did their best job to come up with the compromise resolution. And I said it's not everything I wanted, but if it could at least send a message that we denounce the terrorism of Hamas, if it could at least call for a release of all hostages, if it could call, please stop interrupting me. If it could at least call for denouncing anti-Semitism and anti-Islamophobia, I'm for it. If it could also recognize the.
Do you know what Islamophobia means?
Let me speak.
Do you know what anti-Islamophobia
Okay, please.
means? Do you hear the words that are coming out of your mouth? You don't have the intelligence or the
Anti-Islamic rhetoric. Please stop interrupting. We're going to ask you to leave. Anti-Islamic rhetoric. These asking for the bounds of international law to be followed. These were some fundamental principles that I thought we could agree on. And I was very intentional to not reinvent it all on my own. This resolution language came from the House of Representatives Foreign Affairs Committee. And as I already stated, co-authored by 90% of the House of Representatives. So I'm not going to support this motion today not to take any action. I thought there should be some fundamental language to denouncing terrorism and all the things that I already mentioned that I thought we should be able to support here today. So with that, I'll just end my comments there. There's been a motion and a second, but I don't see Supervisor Askew here. And we'll call for her because we need her to have a full vote. Okay, there's been a motion and a second to not take any action on this resolution here today. It's been moved by Supervisor Askew, seconded by Mary Adams. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those against, say nay. No. Motion carries 3-2. No action was taken on this resolution here today. Thank you very much. We're going to move on with our agenda here. We're going to appointments now. These are items 35 through 39. Thank you for the public for joining us. In
Move
person or in
approval of the
Zoom.
appointments.
Second.
Okay, these are 5 appointments. Any public comments on the appointments? See none in person, none online. There's been a motion to approve and a second. So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against, motion carries 5-0. We're now going to consent calendar, item number 40. These include items 50 through 63. Do any colleagues want to remove any of these items? Seeing none, we have a motion.
Move approval.
Moved by Adams, second by Lopez. Is there any public comments on any of these consent calendar items? See none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, motion carries 5-0. We're now on item number 41. This is for general public comments for items not on today's agenda. We'll allow 2 minutes for items not on today's agenda.
Good morning. Name is Eric Peterson. Tough act to follow. The other day, I noticed that a section of Davis Road had been chip sealed, and that there seems to be an epidemic of chip sealing running around Monterey County. Salinas did some and is no longer apparently doing it. My opposition to chip sealing is simple. It's dangerous. It's dangerous to cyclists, and that's how I identify myself. I've spent, who knows how many hours and miles on a bicycle. It's dangerous in a couple ways. Number one, bicycle tires wear seriously faster than car or truck tires, and the abrasiveness of chip sealing, which is gravel, causes tires to wear out very quickly. I did a little math, and the tires I used at one point on my bicycle weighed less than half a pound each. Think of a truck that's not half a pound, and they wear out very quickly. And we do have a lot of bicyclists, by the way, on Davis Road. But the other thing is damage to people. I saw a guy last year who was in a bicycle crash on a street which had been chip sealed, and it looked like somebody took a bite out of his shoulder. And his clothes were pretty messed up too. It's very abrasive. Overall, it's just basically dangerous. As I mentioned, Salinas started chip sealing, and you'll notice the recent recent resurfacing they've done, like Van Buren, is slurry sealing, which is far less abrasive. Or the street right out here is slurry sealed. Salinas, no public announcement, but Salinas seems to have gone away from chip sealing. And before he left, Andrew Easterling commented that basically they had learned that chip sealing wasn't a good idea. And I would like to ask that Monterey County also quit chip sealing in the interest of bicycle safety and everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in chambers for items not on today's agenda? We'll go to those online.
Phone number ending in 705.
Phone number 705.
Yes.
You're going to mute yourself.
Yes. Good morning, supervisors. I'm absolutely heartsick and horrified at the rhetoric and rabid hatred Mr. Church has for the magnificent and urgently needed eucalyptus trees. We cannot wait another 75 to 100 years for saplings to grow and replace what the 200 eucalyptus trees at Elkhorn Slough provided for our environment. I urge all of you to recognize the importance of all trees, native and non-native, in their role to reduce the effects of climate change. The 200 eucalyptus trees you all permitted to cut down without even a proper public hearing is a symptom of the...
She dropped off.
You dropped off? I think she disconnected there. Let's go to somebody else and we can come back to that number. We'll wait a few seconds because I don't want to not give her the opportunity to finish her comments. She was at 1 minute, 4 seconds. We're just going to give it a couple minutes here to let her dial back in. Okay. You have a minute, 4 seconds remaining on your public comments. If you could unmute yourself, please.
I got disconnected, but the 200 eucalyptus trees that were cut down there are just a symptom of the rabid collective insanity we as humans are exhibiting. Trees are our saviors, and eucalyptus play a huge role in producing oxygen, storing CO2, and taking car pollutants out of our air, car pollutants that have now been proven to be a significant cause of Alzheimer's and dementia in children and adults alike. So please stop cutting down these magnificent trees.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? See no one else, then we will close general public comments. I want to ask my colleagues, it's 12 o'clock. Do you want to, we have one scheduled item. It seems like, I don't know how long, it's 15 minutes. Can we get it out in 15 minutes? Are you guys good with that? Get this item out of the way. Okay, this is our only scheduled item this morning is item 42, to receive a presentation on the Emergency Medical Services, EMS, Agency Annual Report for 2022. And we have Deborah Hopgood, Management Analyst 3, and Kimberly Hernandez, Emergency Medical Services Analyst.
Good morning, Honorable Chair Alejo.
And thank you for your patience this morning.
Administrative Officer De La Rosa and County Counsel Gerard. My name is Teresa Rios. I am the Emergency Medical Services Director. As you said, we have here with me Deborah Hopgood, Management Analyst 3, and Kimberly Hernandez, EMS Analyst. We are here to present to you with a report on our EMS Annual report for 2022. The report represents the hard work that the EMS team does, as well as the very valuable contributions from our stakeholders, from the hospitals to fire agencies, law enforcement, Monterey County Communications Department, and our ambulance provider. We are very proud of the work that we do in our responsibility to fulfill our role as a enforcement agency for emergency medical services in Monterey County. Thank you for this opportunity, and I turn it over to Deborah and Kimberly.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Leo and members of the board. The EMS agency is a bureau within the Health Department. Our primary responsibility is to oversee the provision of EMS within the County of Monterey and coordinate the many components and stakeholders that comprise the EMS system. The organizational chart that you see reflects the EMS agency's current staffing. Staffing at the EMS agency is comprised of 9 full-time positions. State statutes require the EMS agency to have a licensed physician as a medical director to provide medical control and guidance and to ensure clinical accountability. This position is a contracted position and works with the EMS agency on a part-time basis. We also have a 0.2 FTE epidemiologist who works with us on our most complex data and quality improvement projects. The EMS agency currently has 2 full-time positions which are vacant, as well as a vacancy in the epidemiologist position. So the graphic before you represents the composition of the EMS system. It's composed of a variety of agencies and organizations that each play a vital role in ensuring that the residents of and visitors to Monterey County are well cared for in the event of a medical emergency. The Emergency Communications Center and EMS Dispatch serve as the first of the first responders. They answer 911 calls, obtain information about the incident, conduct medical questioning and triage, and send the needed resources to the scene of the incident. Law enforcement agencies help ensure scene safety for all responders. They've also taken on expanded roles as they have increased their ability to deliver time-sensitive interventions such as CPR and Narcan administration. Our fire departments provide either basic or EMT or advanced paramedic level patient care, as well as specialized rescue services such as extrication and patient decontamination. Our ground and air ambulance transport agencies respond to 911 calls for EMS assistance. They also care for and transport patients who may need to move between medical facilities to receive different treatments or levels of care. Our 4 hospitals in Monterey County include a trauma center, 2 STEMI or heart attack receiving centers, and 2 stroke receiving centers. 3 of our 4 facilities also serve as base hospitals and provide medical direction and guidance to pre-hospital care providers. A high-performing EMS system requires all of the agencies mentioned previously to come together to provide care for those suffering from a medical emergency. The EMS agency regulates and works with these agencies to ensure that patients in the community receive a coordinated and appropriate EMS response and ultimately the best possible care. Our work starts before our providers even enter the EMS field through our responsibility for EMS education programs, as well as the certification and accreditation of EMS providers. The policies and protocols we develop provide much of the structure to the system and also establish clinical care standards. Our work doesn't stop when patients reach the doors of the hospital. We are also responsible for ensuring that our local hospitals are able to appropriately receive patients from EMS and, when needed, provide online medical direction to EMS providers in the field. Additionally, the EMS agency has the responsibility for designation and oversight of specialty care centers for the treatment of trauma, stroke, and heart attack patients. Our quality assurance and improvement efforts encompass all components of the EMS system. So the diagram that you see before you illustrates the flow of a typical EMS patient encounter. Many of the steps and actions along the way are time critical. Some interventions may also be life-saving or crucial to decrease long-term impacts to patients. The EMS agency works to ensure that this care is delivered or accessed in as timely a manner as possible. We accomplish this by looking at not only the overall patient flow, but also key components individually and working to identify areas for improvement. The EMS agency has 4 quality improvement focus committees that each examine either a particular specialty care area or more general care. Our committees look at intervals such as the time from 911 call receipt to the dispatch of EMS responders to ensure timely call processing. We also routinely examine the interval from dispatch to the arrival of the ambulance scene, also known as the response time. Our contract compliance working group meets regularly to review response time performance and factors such as staffing and deployment that may impact this interval. Once the ambulance has arrived on scene, we look at the care delivered as well as the time from arrival until transport. This further helps ensure that time-sensitive conditions are quickly identified and that the providers initiate transport to definitive care at specialty centers as quickly as possible. Depending on the nature of the call, the appropriate committee monitors and reviews the scene time interval and the care delivered while the patient was with EMS providers. Our specialty care focus committees also look at the interval from the time the patient arrived at a hospital until certain time-critical interventions occurred. These efforts all combine to ensure that the patient has a timely and appropriate care from the moment they access 911 all the way through their treatment in the hospital. So the next slide talks a little bit about our year in 2022. The unusual occurrence reporting process is another component of the EMS agency's quality improvement program. This process allows anyone to submit a report regarding an incident or concern relating to the EMS system. Our staff reviews, researches, and formulates any needed recommendations to address the submitted concern. These reports help us identify additional areas for individual or system-wide improvements. Policies and protocols provide the structure of the system. They set standards for clinical care, direct patients to appropriate destinations, coordinate interactions between various agencies and departments, and guide the management and coordination of the EMS system itself. The EMS agency regularly reviews and updates our policies and procedures to ensure compliance with new or changing regulations and that the clinical care delivered reflects best practices. Throughout 2022, the EMS agency continued to play a role in the response to the COVID pandemic, including coordinating the distribution of significant amounts of PPE, personal protective equipment, and COVID tests. We were also able to obtain a grant designated to offset some of the expense of training EMS personnel to administer the COVID vaccine and their administration efforts. These funds were redistributed to provider agencies that were involved in the efforts.
The information on the top of this slide shows the County of Monterey's volume of calls that went through the emergency medical dispatch process, or what we call EMD, which is when an emergency medical dispatchers ask questions about the patient's chief complaint and symptoms to prioritize the call and to give pre-arrival instructions, which could be anything from how to control a nosebleed, CPR, or childbirth guidance. When looking at the exclusive operating area's call volume, we are showing a 3-year comparison, and you'll see that the call volume looks like it's increasing. However, call volume in 2020 was unusually low due to COVID-19, so we are keeping a close eye on call volume year to year to see if the increase in call volume is normalizing back to pre-COVID, or if it is in fact increasing. You can see similar trend with transports. With more call volume, naturally comes more patient transports. The County of Monterey has 2 EMT training programs, one at Hartnell College and one at Monterey Peninsula College. One of the EMS agency's responsibility is approving and monitoring these EMT programs to ensure the programs are delivering the highest standards of training and preparedness. They're reviewed every 4 years to ensure compliance with California regulations and county EMS policies. The information at the top of the slide shows how many students completed their initial EMT training at each program and how many completed the refresher training. On the lower half of the slide is the number of applications the EMS agency staff process for EMT certification and paramedic accreditation. Regardless of the number of applications received, the EMS agency has a strict 14-day processing time to ensure timely and efficient handling of all applications. Application processing for EMTs includes verifying the applicant meets the qualifications of initial or continued certification, which also includes performing criminal and medical background checks. For paramedic accreditation, the EMS agency reviews each active paramedic every 2 years to confirm that they meet EMS agency policy requirements to continue functioning in the County of Monterey EMS system. The EMS agency worked diligently with the South Bay Regional Public Safety Training Consortium to make a paramedic training program in the County of Monterey become a reality. Approving a paramedic training program involves a rigorous evaluation of curriculum, faculty qualifications, facilities, clinical affiliations, ensuring that the program meets industry standards. This meticulous assessment is crucial to maintaining quality education and ensuring that future paramedics receive comprehensive and effective training. Like the local EMT programs, the paramedic training program is monitored by the EMS agency and reviewed every 4 years. A local paramedic training program helps address the current shortage and growing demand for skilled paramedics. In addition, it alleviates the burden of local EMTs who aspire to broaden their scope of practice, providing them with an accessible pathway to advance their skills and qualifications to better serve the community.
So the slide that you see before you demonstrates some data related to the opioid epidemic. It's a problem faced by healthcare providers and organizations throughout the nation. The first two data points are from the CDC website. The first shows the number of emergency department visits related to overdoses for the state's reporting data. The second reflects the large percentage of drug overdose deaths that are the result of opioids. The final graph that you see shows the month-by-month numbers and overall trend in our local EMS provider documentation of patients having an illness or problem primarily related to either a suspected opioid overdose or withdrawal from opioids. It illustrates that not only is this a national problem, but it's a problem for us here locally as well. So there are a variety of different ways to begin addressing this epidemic. In the past, the EMS agency efforts have focused on the immediate critical intervention of Narcan administration to reverse the effect of opioid use. In addition to ensuring Narcan availability on EMS response vehicles throughout the county, the EMS agency has also coordinated policy development and oversight of programs to allow law enforcement agencies to administer Narcan, as well as develop programs to leave Narcan with patients or responsible adults whenever EMS personnel deem someone at risk of an unintentional overdose. Beyond this immediate intervention, the EMS agency has taken steps to begin addressing the opioid epidemic through the treatment of opioid use disorder. This is a term for the physical and psychological symptoms that patients experience when they stop utilizing or withdraw from opioids. It can be painful and unpleasant, as well as play a role in relapse. So the EMS agency has worked to initiate a program to permit paramedics to administer a medication called buprenorphine that's used to treat opioid use disorder. It can prevent and decrease withdrawal symptoms. This program required approval by the State EMS Authority and the EMS Directors Association for the state. A unique feature of this program is that it was a joint effort with Santa Cruz and San Benito counties to align programs across the three counties. A second unique feature of the program is its inclusion of resources beyond those typically included in the EMS system. The program is a collaborative effort between EMS, the hospitals, and community-based organizations such as Prescribe Safe. The aim is to initiate treatment for opioid use disorder in the field and then direct patients to the appropriate ongoing community-based care and resources.
In 2022, there was a concerted effort to increase continuing education opportunities for EMS providers, ensuring that they stay up to date with the latest advancements in emergency medicine. Additionally, a strong focus was on expanding community outreach, utilizing various channels such as social media and public events to engage with and educate the local community. The EMS agency offered Monterey County EMS system participants several continuing education opportunities. Through the quality improvement process, we can identify areas for improvement and further educational needs within the EMS system, which the EMS medical director actively engages in. This enables the medical director to address knowledge gaps, enhance skills, and ensure that EMS system participants receive system-specific ongoing training to deliver the highest quality care to the community. By engaging in continuing education, EMS providers enhance their ability to handle medical emergencies effectively. Social media has become a powerful tool for community outreach and awareness. The EMS agency has been using platforms like Facebook to engage with the community and share important information. By utilizing social media, we can quickly disseminate topics to a wide range of community members, such as safety tips to follow for Halloween or when recovering from the flu, and guidance on what to expect or what to do when you call 911 for a medical emergency, to name a few. Additionally, all social media campaigns are posted in English and in Spanish. In 2022, we aimed and continue to aim to foster a sense of connection and trust between the EMS agency and the community.
So this slide shows you on the left-hand side what's called the triple aim for healthcare. And these principles guide our overall response and our programs as we develop them. On the right-hand side, you'll see the challenges that we face as the EMS agency in the coming years, and then our goals below to directly address those challenges. So number one, the role of EMS is continuously evolving, and the demands placed on the EMS system evolve as well. In particular, we've seen increased demands for behavioral health-related services. This may be anything from the initial response in the field and working with the Behavioral Health Bureau's mobile crisis teams to referrals, to transport to alternative destinations. On the longer-term care, we have limited transport resources available in the county. We have limited behavioral health resources as well. This often results in the need for lengthy transports to out-of-county destinations These can be very challenging for not only our patients, but also our providers. It removes ambulances from the system for extended periods of time, and there is a cost related to being ready to provide these services. Our critical care transports are another area where we need to adapt and evolve. These are patients who are transported for specialized needs that go beyond the usual scope of paramedic practice. It's a small number of patients, but they often have time-sensitive critical needs that are important to address. The EMS agency and the system as a whole must be open to new ways of doing things, alternative methods of delivering these services, such as implementing an increased scope of practice for paramedics and similar ideas. The number 2 challenge is the increasing cost to provide EMS agency services without a corresponding increase in revenue. Many of our activities are dictated by the requirements of state statutes and regulations. Our regulatory responsibilities and other duties are expanding, while at the same time the cost of fulfilling our responsibilities is increasing. The primary sources of revenue for the EMS agency are general fund contributions, a CSA 74 special tax, and the MADI fund. The EMS agency does also receive some revenue from a fee charged for oversight of the trauma specialty care system. The EMS agency has recently seen a decrease in MADI fund amounts, and at the same time, the CSA 74 per parcel rate has not increased since fiscal year 2000-2001. In light of this, the EMS agency must seek ways to diversify sources of income and increase revenue. Grants and challenges. Grants are one possible means of this, but there are many challenges associated with obtaining grants, including the demand for staff hours and the difficulty in being awarded the funds. Many other EMS agencies fill this need through the implementation of a fee structure that establishes fees payable by the entities that receive services from the EMS agency. This may include areas such as certification, license, and licensing processing, oversight of specialty care programs, and ambulance licensing. A program similar to this could help offset the decreasing revenue that the EMS agency has seen from other programs and ensure the fiscal stability of the EMS agency into the future. The final challenge, the current agreement for the provision of ambulance services to the County of Monterey Exclusive Operating Area, or EOA, is set to expire on June 30th of 2025. The EMS agency must secure an agreement with an ambulance services provider to ensure the future of high quality and cost-effective ambulance services in Monterey County. This requires the release of a request for proposals and the completion of a process to identify the ambulance services provider. This is a lengthy process and is heavily regulated by not only the County of Monterey's Contracts and Purchasing Department, but also the State EMS Authority. The EMS agency has already begun extensive work on this process. We recently released a draft scope of work for the RFP for the public to submit written comments. We will also hold public meetings to provide additional opportunities for comment. The RFP will require a significant investment of time and energy by the EMS agency in the period leading up to the implementation of the new agreement. So we want to take a moment to thank our partners as well. Next slide shows you the agencies and organizations that we work with on a regular basis. Our dispatchers, first responders, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, and hospital staff are all trained caring professionals. They provide timely, thorough, compassionate care at all times to all people in need. We'd like take a moment to thank them for their commitment to not only the communities they serve, but also to the EMS system as a whole. The strength and quality of our EMS system would not be possible without their ongoing contributions. And we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. We'll bring this back to the board for questions. We'll go to Supervisor Church first.
Just want to thank you for obviously a real challenge it is to deal with so many emergency medical services, and it's a broad field here you're having to deal with, and appreciate all your hard work onto that. Just a couple of things. I actually had the opportunity to experience some of our EMS services a couple of weeks ago when I had a broken leg. And I just had two concerns out of that as we look forward to our contract for ambulance services. I live in North County. North County Fire was able to appear there in about 10 minutes, but they're close by. It took at least, maybe more, 30 minutes to get an ambulance. Fine, I wasn't in a life and death situation. That's okay. I worry about it more in situations in South County, a Big Sur, where if it's taken 30 minutes to get Salinas to the middle of North County, I have real concerns. And I think we really need to look into that and try to get that shrunk down a little bit. The second thing is, I learned that our ambulances really aren't really set for taller people. It's we have stretchers. If somebody has a broken leg and your foot's dangling off the edge, it's probably not ideal situation. So I talked to the technician that was there. I don't know if it's right or not, but he was saying it was because it was a cheaper approach for the county to take. So those are just my two concerns as we move ahead into this contract. So, thank you.
Okay.
Want to add anything on that?
Supervisor, let's hear our comments. And maybe then go at the end because we're short on time. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much. Thank you also for your presentation. It was really good. We recently received outreach in our office from some county residents who are concerned about the cost of an ambulance ride with AMR, and they indicated that AMR said it was not, quote, in network. And I'm just wondering if there is an opportunity, maybe through the when you do the ambulance RFP and you do the community outreach component, to try to share more information about the impacts on the people who use ambulance services. I think needing emergency medical care, just as Supervisor Church has mentioned, it's an experience that we all hope we're not going to need, but it is a critical service. And I just wonder if the general public has an understanding of how to interface with the county AMR when they're in need of an ambulance. And as I say, I don't expect you to respond to that now because it's rather a lengthy question, but I do hope that during the RFP process, there can be more outreach so the general public has a better understanding of how do I access it, what does it cost, and why does it cost this, and what are my alternative options if they exist. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I don't know that we're here to comment on the RFP, but a lot of lessons out of the last one, so I appreciate all those being incorporated as we move forward. I concur with concerns about response times in South County and staging areas, and which lead to better response times. All those pieces matter, but I want to thank you for all the different pieces that you touched on today. One that stood out to me was the EMT training programs. Last week, I had the opportunity to go to the new nursing facility there at Hartnell, Nursing and Health Education Facility, partnered with Salinas Valley Health is the new official title. It's a very long one, but that is the new title of that facility. And in there, they had a room where they were projecting on all four walls the inside of an ambulance with real noises, and then they were pumping what they called realistic smells into the room, which were not pleasant, but it was to give the best training possible to our young people who want to become EMTs and are in the process of that education. So I wanted to give them a shout out for that investment, as I think it will lead to better outcomes for all of us, even those who are discriminated on by height. We'll find some results. But, the other piece that you called out there was the fentanyl crisis, the opioid crisis, and the Suboxone opportunities that are out there for those. So I just want to take a moment within this presentation to say if somebody out there knows somebody who is using fentanyl or an opioid and wants assistance, Natividad has a great Suboxone clinic that will help your loved one, your cared about one, your coworker, whoever it might be, move away from that addiction. So just want to share that those services are available as part of this presentation. Thank you.
Good announcement there. Anyone else? See none. Do you want to respond to any of the comments of Supervisor Adams,
I was just
Lopez, or
gonna,
Church?
answer one of his concerns about the response times. I just want to let you know, sorry, my throat got really dry all of a sudden, that we are looking at response times within different areas of the county, not just within, I guess, the traditional zones. So like North County, South County. So we are, and unfortunately there are sometimes outliers depending on how busy the system is, but we're looking to make sure that that's not the norm. That's just the exception. So we are looking at those. I just want to make sure you knew that.
All right. Let's go to the public. Any comments from the public on this presentation on the Emergency Medical Services Agency Annual Report for 2022? See nobody in chambers coming forward, nobody online. I just want to thank our staff. Thank you very much for your work on this and reporting to the public. The work has been done for the past year. EMS services continues to be a challenge in Monterey County, but all over the state as well. There isn't too many providers to give more options out there. as we saw when we opened RFP. Anyone else? If seeing nothing else, then we will thank you for your presentation, and we will recess to lunch, back to closed session.
Thank you.
We will be back at 1:30, everyone.
On. Testing. Testing. Okay.
Chair, and members of the board. Rick Encarnacion, Bureau Chief, Director of Environmental Health. I'm here today with Ms. Cheryl Sandoval and Mr. Roger Van Horn. Cheryl is the Supervising Environmental Specialist over our water systems program within the Drinking Water Protection Services. And Mr. Roger Van Horn is our Environmental Specialist Supervisor for our well program. We are here today to present to you the point of use, point of entry ordinance amendment. With that, I'll turn it over to Cheryl.
Good afternoon. As indicated, our purpose here today is to introduce, waive first reading, and set November 7, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. as the date and time to consider adoption of an ordinance restating portions of Chapter 1504 of the Monterey County Code and amending Chapter 1506 relating to point of use and point of entry treatment systems, and to ask for to provide direction to staff as appropriate. For CEQA, we ask that you consider finding that the adoption of this ordinance is categorically exempt per Section 15301 and 15303 of the CEQA guidelines, and that there are no exceptions pursuant to Section 15300.2. For some background, on June 18, 2019, the Board of Supervisors adopted Ordinance 5310, which amended sections of Chapter 1504 of the Monterey County Code and added a new Chapter 1506 to authorize and regulate POU and POE treatment devices for local, small, state, small, and small until December 11, 2013. These suspended sections pertain to utilization of POU and POE treatment by local smalls, state smalls, and individual lots within local and state smalls, and individual lots that wanted to build using point of use. On December 10, 2019, Ordinance number 5322 further extended the suspension until further action of the board. And so that's why we are back here today to ask that you take further action. So today we are bringing an updated draft ordinance, and this restates certain sections of 1504 of the Monterey County Code and also restates and amends Chapter 1506 of the Monterey County Code to authorize and regulate point of use and point of entry treatment devices for active service connections by local and state small systems that would otherwise not meet primary drinking water standards. The ordinance does not have using point of use for new building. It's just for existing buildings. It would require an amendment to the water system permit to allow these water systems to utilize point of use and point of entry, and requires the water system to renew annually the authorization to use point of use and point of entry treatment. And if grant funding becomes available, renewal is contingent upon the water system pursuing funding for a long-term solution, such as, but not limited to, centralized water treatment, new well, or consolidation. The ordinance also covers operation and maintenance requirements for the treatment devices, so we can make sure that they are operating effectively and that the water stays safe. And it would apply to the unincorporated area of the county. And I also want to add that this really just adds another option for compliance for water systems. Right now, they can drill a well, they have centralized treatment, or consolidated if another system is nearby that would have good water. And so this point of use, point of entry just gives another option for systems to choose so they can have safe water for all of the users. So for the CEQA findings, this slide is quite long, so I'm not going to read it, but these are the findings that is in the board report. So overall, our recommendation is that you find the adoption of the ordinance is categorically exempt, based on the last slide, per Section 1503 and 15303 of the CEQA guidelines, and that there are no exemptions pursuant to Section 15300.2. Also, to introduce, waive first reading, and set November 7th, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. as the date and time to consider adoption of an ordinance restating portions of 1504 of the Monterey County Code and amending 1506 of the Monterey County Code relating to point of use and point of entry treatment systems. And also, we ask you provide any direction to staff as appropriate.
And with that, we're ready for questions.
All right, great. I want to start on this issue just because I was here in 2018 when we approved this originally. And back then, we recognized that when it comes to point of use, point of entry, water treatment systems, that the technology has really improved from where we were at 10, 20 years ago. And I think the technology continues to get better. And there's been a lot of emphasis on the human right to water in the state of California, the human right to water in our county. We're the first county to pass a resolution that I saw this technology being helping us achieve that clean water clean and safe drinking water for all. Not the total solution, but a part of a solution here. And so I know when it comes to these kinds of issues about water, that they're often we're found in litigation, right, to challenges. But I didn't want us to retreat on the possibility of this technology being able to be used for new developments, not just existing structures, but new structures. For instance, our county just recently finally adopted our ADU ordinance, right? And that took many years. It was my first resolution when I became a supervisor in 2017. And then it took a little while longer after that to put those templates for pre-approved ADUs to be used in unincorporated Monterey County, which saves homeowners thousands of dollars in architectural fees and time in the planning process because they're already pre-approved. I just want us to not retreat from this because I think we do have to meet our housing goals. We do need water, especially in certain parts of our county, in particular North County, that's had these issues, I think more so than any other, but also in South County, perhaps in other areas, in Carmel Valley or Kashawa, I think they had a lot of issues there as well. I want us to, in terms of direction, to be able to come back or today provide direction that piece move forward. And I know that's the piece that perhaps would require the full environmental review, a CEQA document, but I don't want us to give up on that piece because I think if we're trying to achieve water solutions and to achieve our housing goals, that we're going to need to have this as part of our solution moving forward in Monterey County. I don't know if you have any response to that, but obviously this was part of a settlement to a lawsuit. But in terms of moving forward, what are your thoughts on being able to move forward on a CEQA document so that this point of use and point of entry water treatment systems can be used for new development?
Thank you, Chair. With regards to housing and the need for housing in the County of Monterey, speaking as the Director of Environmental Health, I have nothing but to back any efforts that would help address the issue. But the issue before you today is about water systems and the focus on water systems and whatever part that could partake in the assistance to meet housing goals, which is primary, in my opinion, for the county. I support it. But in terms of providing right now a clear option, a usable option, a direct option other than centralized treatment, drilling a new well, or consolidating, I think it's important that we move forward with this part of the ordinance because whether or not this would pass, honestly, Supervisor, it's one of my goals to partake in addressing the housing issue as Director of Environmental Health for the County of Monterey.
Yeah, I agree with you. Moving this forward today, just this other piece that we're excluding from the exemption, I just want that to come back to us at a future date.
I agree.
Thank you. Okay, there's other comments by supervisors. Supervisor Church.
Yes, thank you. I share the same concerns as Supervisor Alejo on this. I mean, I really fear that this really limits our opportunities for some affordable housing, increasing housing. So whatever steps we can take there in the future is fine. As you know, I'm probably more knowledgeable in the POE situation than any other supervisor up here because I was involved in it here a few years ago, and I'm supportive of this idea of putting it forth. I actually thought it was done, implemented, and really didn't learn about till recently that it actually had been tied down and not implemented into here. My big concern back in 2019 is still the same here. As I look at this ordinance, I mean, we're basically looking at something that's about, as it's referred to as putting in basically a water softener. It's not a huge technological attempt here, but I know we drew this ordinance down from the state for what they have drawn up for the 15 to 199 connections to community water systems. And this, the state has its own way of doing things. I know it got pared down some, so it'll make it a little more workable. But as I count through the steps here, I still see like up to 40 steps that process that go through for homeowners, for staff, on something that should be a relatively simple to install. And my concern there is that we're looking at systems that sometimes is 2 people, 3 people, 4 people on there. And I'm trying to find a way where it's not quite so onerous. Whether or not we couldn't simplify, whether we couldn't put a process in here so that this could be put in place. And if it's working and it's testing fine, then we don't have to go through all these steps because there's reasonable people that know what they're doing. If you're running into problems and it's not working, then I understand you got to go through these steps. So I actually have a lot of questions on this, and I'm not comfortable moving forward. You've answered some of them. A lot of respect for Mr. Manhor. I don't really know you. I know Ms. Sandoval and Mr. Encarnacion, and they're always extremely helpful and knowledgeable. Before I came onto the board, and since I've been on the board, but I would like to step back just a little bit onto this, so maybe I could address some of my concerns to see if there's not another little path we could put in here as well. And that would be, my request on this at this point. I know things been delayed, but I'm not talking about a big delay, just a couple more weeks before we go on. Thanks.
Anyone else? Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I'd really like to see this move. When we talk about, though, the future development piece, I'm comfortable with the request today. I know we're talking about coming back with the environmental work necessary in order to move the other pieces. I just want to paint that picture of the importance, because I know you get it, but there's a lot of folks in our community who don't. And as Supervisor Alejo said earlier, it touches all of our districts in one way or another. For me, one of those places I've really felt it is San Lucas. We all know San Lucas has not had drinking water for 12 years. Tomorrow night's the meeting with the state down in San Lucas, by the way. But right across from the school, there's 5 empty lots, and the school wants to build teacher housing to address the lack of teachers in the community, but we can't because it's new development and there isn't clean, safe drinking water. And just off to the south, there's a massive lot that's owned by Chispa where they've got a plan for about 45 apartments. Those 2 get built, it really changes the energy in that community. You're probably going to double the amount of folks who live in town. You're going to bring more economic opportunity. So we're standing in the way of progress for these disadvantaged communities if we don't start pushing the envelope on some of these pieces. There are other solutions, but obviously those have not been enticing to the state due to cost. So as we look at these, for me, I'm asking staff, I'm asking public to keep that in the back of your mind. It's not all about somebody developing that lot next to you and it blocking your view. It is about taking care of communities who deserve that investment on the basis of equity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Adams?
Thank you, both Supervisor Church and Lopez. And the situations that you have described are absolutely appropriate, and I would be supportive of that. You know, I'm conscious, I have this memory from when this came through before, and I want to be sure that this doesn't happen, that there could be someone who has a beautiful lot and they've been paying property taxes on it and they haven't been able to do anything, and they decide that, oh, I can just get one of these, and boom, you know, here comes another mega mansion. I would want us to be very careful in the language that we would craft to change this to ensure that when we talk about housing, it would be talking about workforce housing and ADUs and really limit the scope so that it isn't just, you know, having once again, you know, spot zoning essentially taking place in the county. So I don't know what you would expect, Supervisor Church. What would you want to see to be able to, what do you want to see when it comes back?
Sure. Through the chair, and again, I'm agree with all this on the housing, what we need to do. But in terms of the short term, I'm just looking to see if it's possible to have something that's a little simpler on implementation for, especially for these people that are in small systems of 2, 3, and 4. People that are working people that are stretched on time. Just to try to find make sure that this will be something that will be able to be implemented a little bit easier. Because if it works and the water's got these contaminants out, let's just make that as simple as possible. And if it doesn't work, then we go through the longer steps. That's where I'm basically at on this. And so, if we can develop something up like that on an initial path to streamline this and get it going, and if we can come back with something on that, that would be great. The rest of this can stand too as sort of a second step, a backup step. That's where I'm at.
Anything else, Supervisor Adams? Supervisor Askew?
I'm still processing it, so I'm good though. Thanks.
Supervisor Askew?
Just a clarifying question. So I think I hear support to move forward, but I also hear some questions about the process that's required within the ordinance that would, the number of steps that are required. Are those state required steps? Are those local county steps? Are those steps different or more arduous than what would exist in another community? So that one set of questions, and then the second set of questions, to clarify, I think I hear, Glenn, if you could just restate what you're asking, that would help. What would you like to see?
Well, I could make a motion out of it, but I think we're still going into discussion, so I want to let that kind of flow. I would like to see a simpler implementation process that we could put in, so it doesn't. As I said, as I counted through this, and I looked through this, there's from either individuals, the homeowners, or for staff. I stopped counting at about 40 on the process onto here. And I just think we're talking about something that's similar to hooking up as a water softener. It shouldn't have to be that complicated. Get it hooked up and test it. And if the test comes up clean and it can continue to stay clean, we don't have to do all the rest of this that takes up staff time, that maybe confuses and makes a more difficult process for some of these folks that would be needing it. That's what I'm asking, is just a simple initial step that we can go through. And if those tests do not come through clean, then we go to the more elaborate process, because obviously something is not working. But I'm all in favor of getting this on here. People need it, but I want to make it as simple as possible for them and still be effective. And that's all I'm asking.
And maybe for the Environmental Health Bureau, and any response to that, because I don't know if we're touching everything, because I know on some of these treatment systems, there needed to be some follow-up to make sure that it's functioning the way it is. So if we have a system that's supposed to be cleaning up arsenic or nitrates, it has to be maintained properly. Otherwise, the family, or let's say there's a rental unit in a back house, they might believe they're getting safe drinking water, but if it's not maintained, then they're exposed to drinking contaminated water. So I know in my past conversations, going back years, and in my years as the chair of the Assembly Environmental Health and Toxic Materials Committee, where we had jurisdiction over point of use and point of entry water use systems and water quality, I know that was an ongoing concern for the operation and maintenance of some of these new technologies.
Thank you, Chair. Let me address Supervisor Askew's question real quick.
Okay.
What we created here for our local ordinance is based off of a state program tailored at the local level. So that's where that's coming from. So it's not all word for word the state, but it's based on the state program. So we made it with working group and getting all this input to try to make it so that it's applicable at the local level. The core of our drinking water systems program, which Cheryl and Roger supervise, it's always been about informing people of what they're drinking. It's not typically an enforcement program. It's always been about, from the public health aspect, informing people of what they're drinking so that they have options and can make informed decisions. With respects to making the process simpler, we're pros at that. our public health training takes complicated processes so that it could be digestible for the working person, for the operators. And we're never going away. We're always there to consult and to advise and provide oversight. I think so. We can do that. That's what we do with everything, with our food program, with our chemical program, hazardous materials, drinking water, taking a complicated process, making it digestible, making it workable, providing oversight, and then if there's issues that require that more detailed enforcement aspect, we're pros at that too. I think I've answered all the questions. If there's other questions.
Can you follow up, Supervisor Church? It looks like you want to add.
Well, yeah, I know, and I know I'm the only supervisor here who actually ran a small water system. It was a community water system, so I'm getting very, very familiar with that, and I know you guys are extremely helpful. But I know we're talking about between 1,500 water systems between the community. Well, on the small ones, 1,000. This is what this is about. So let's just refer to that. There's 1,000 systems out there. Not everybody reaches out to you, and they might have a problem and they don't reach out. And I'm trying to find a way to work that out. And I guess this is what I'm asking is, and you might be able to, just through your explanations, maybe of what you have here, as we go through it, I might feel a lot more comfortable. But I would just like to delay the implementation of this a little bit longer. So maybe I can sit down, talk to you, see if we can come up with a shorter, simpler system, or have you explain some of the steps here so maybe I have a better understanding. And I don't want to get into the minutia of that here on the board meeting.
All right, let's go to public comment first, and then we'll bring it back. Give us a few minutes to think about whether we postpone this for a couple weeks or not. We'll go to the members of the public. If anybody here in chambers wants to speak on this item, this will also come back on November 7th at 10:30 a.m. This is the time to speak for a couple minutes. I don't see anybody in chambers, anybody online. Okay, so there is no public comments on this item. So it is being scheduled. We're waiting first reading, and second, we were setting November 7th as the adoption date. What is the will of the board? Do you want to hold off?
Why don't we set November 7th?
To bring this back?
First reading, yeah.
And then we'll set another date to waive the first reading and consider adoption at a later date?
I will second that if that's a motion.
Well, I'm making a motion.
Everybody good with that? Okay, there's been a motion and a second. This gives a couple weeks to just work out some of the technical procedures and language, and then we'll bring this back. Thank you for your patience. There's been a motion second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, motion carries unanimously. We will continue the conversation on November 7th. Thank you for your work on this. Okay, we're going to item number 44. This is a public hearing to consider listing the June Haas House on the Monterey County Register of Historic Resources. The address of this property is 62 Yankee Point Drive in Carmel. And presenting on this is Phil Angelo, Associate Planner, and Craig Spencer. Take it away.
There you go. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Phil Angelo, and I'll be presenting the Young Referral, REF 230016. The property owner of 62 Yankee Point Drive is requesting that the single-family residence on the site, the June Haas House, be listed on the Monterey County Register of Historic Resources. The home was designed and built by Mark Mills in 1969. Mills studied under Frank Lloyd Wright as one of his Talesian apprentices, and according to Kent Seavey's report prepared for the property, Mills adapted and expanded on Wright's idea of organic design, exploring upon the master's free-form possibility of the concept. The June Haas House is significant for its association with noted architect Mark Mills and as a high-quality example of Mills' organic modern architectural style and a theme of organic modern architecture in Monterey County. The Historic Resources Review Board recommended that the home be added to the Historic Register at their July 6, 2023 meeting. The home's character-defining features include its cruciform plan, barrel vaulted building envelope, exterior gunite finish, large windows with sculpted hoods, the rounded arch doors and porthole windows, all of which contain a high degree of physical integrity. Therefore, staff recommend that the Board of Supervisors adopt a resolution adding the June Haas House to the Monterey County Register of Historic Resources.
Thank you for that brief presentation. Questions from the board? Seeing none. Questions from the public? Nobody in chambers, nobody online. So we'll close public comment, bring this back for a motion or questions from Supervisor Askey first.
Thank you. So what would be the benefit of having a house added to the Historic Register? And are there any potential impacts to the county for accepting this home onto the Historic Register?
Yeah, this particular applicant intends to apply for a Mills Act contract. And it is a requirement that the house be listed on the local, state, or federal register in order to qualify for a Mills Act contract. The addition of the house to the register doesn't have any impact. It is voluntary by the applicant, and it would provide them with some opportunity to have some exceptions to zoning criteria and things if there were any non-conforming portions of that structure because it was built at a time where the current zoning was not in place. But in the future, there will be also restrictions, which means any alterations to that structure would need to go through our Historic Resource Review Board and our process to make sure that any future alterations, if there are any, are consistent with preserving the historic integrity.
Okay, great, thank you.
I'd like to make the motion. Oops, sorry.
Oh, I was just going to add, so they end up, with the Mills Act, they end up lowering the taxes on this historic property?
Yes, that would come back as a separate item
Right.
to the board.
But just so the public knows, what these, the trade-off is they have lower taxes, but they have the obligation to preserve these historic houses, and they're limited on what they could do to that historic building once it's in the registry.
Yeah, the Mills Act contract is a contract between the county and the property owner that is a agreement from the property owner to preserve the property and reinvest the property tax savings that they get from a preferred property tax under the Mills Act program into the preservation of that home.
Exactly, well said. Supervisor Adams, you have a motion?
I do. I'd like to make a motion to approve the adoption, the resolution listing the June Haas House on Monterey County Register of Historic Resources.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Lopez. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against? Motion carries unanimously, 5-0. Okay, we're going to item 45. This is to consider an administrative permit for transient use of residential, well, this is an item that's returning on the administrative permit for transient use of residential property for remuneration, commonly known as short-term rental. Find that the denial of the project is statutorily exempt from CEQA guidelines, and this is a property at 282 Corral Tierra, Salinas. Pass it back to you.
Thank you. Again, I'm Phil Angelo, and I'll also be presenting staff's report on this project, PLN 220054. The project is an administrative permit to allow transient use at an existing residence at 282 Corral de Tierra. The project was initially scheduled for an administrative hearing and was referred to the Planning Commission, who denied it at their May 31st, 2023 meeting on the basis that the property was subject to a homeowners association who objected to the issuance of the permit. The applicants appealed this denial on June 16th, 2023, and the board considered that appeal on September 19th, 2023. While the Planning Commission's hearings had focused on the issue of whether the property was subject to a homeowners association, the appeal hearing is a de novo hearing, and the board is not limited to the consideration of the Planning Commission's grounds for denial. So at that September 19th hearing, the board heard oral testimony from interested parties in the project proponent and made a motion of intent to deny the project, directing staff to return with findings of denial on October 24th, which is today's meeting. So staff have prepared a written resolution with these findings of denial, including that the site is not suitable for the proposed use and that the project would be injurious to the general welfare of the neighborhood. Specific issues include the narrow rural road, the mutual water system that serves the site, and incompatibility with the surrounding neighborhood character. The property is served by a shared private roadway, which serves between 9 and 12 properties. This road has no turnaround, potentially diminishing emergency access, and the short-term rental use would generate additional delivery drivers, guests, and staff potentially unaware of the neighborhood and pedestrian use of the rural road. The property is served by the Altatira Mutual Water System. This water system draws from the El Toro Aquifer system, which is in overdraft and has groundwater quality issues. This specific system that serves the property is non-compliant with primary drinking water standards for arsenic. As the neighborhood relies on this drain system to service their needs, utilizing it for a visitor serving use would not be appropriate. An oral testimony was heard from some members of the public about the inherent incompatibility of a short-term rental with their peace, tranquility, and comfort of their rural residential neighborhood based on traffic, noise, and other nuisances. The use proposes 10 occupants with a maximum of 6 cars, which would be more than a typical single-family residence. The site is both close to several other residents, raising these nuisance concerns, and 0.4 miles from the public road network, making enforcement of the proposed operations plan or any conditions intended to address these issues more difficult. Therefore, staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors adopt a resolution denying the appeal, denying the permit, and finding that such a denial is statutorily exempt from CEQA.
Good.
That concludes our presentation.
Sorry, thank
you.
All right, I thought you were going to say something more. All right, thank you. I want to thank the staff for making these findings, and bringing this back for us today to consider, to reflect what the board voted for you to do and bring back today for a final act on this, this denial of the project. Any further comment from the board? We ready to entertain a motion? Let me ask for a comment from the public. Any public comments on this matter? Nobody's in chamber moving forward, nobody online either. Just want to make sure we do that for the record. Now we consider a motion.
Motion, I'd recommend that we accept the staff's recommendation.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion by Adams, second by Church. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. Thank you. We will now move to other board matters. We will start with CAO comments.
Just a couple items that are coming up later this week and early next week. The California Association of County Executives is going to be in Monterey this week, starting tomorrow. And that means a lot of our CAOs throughout the state will be here, along with their assistant CAOs and deputies. And so there'll be quite a few meetings going on over the course of the remainder of the week. In addition to that, starting on Thursday of this week, the California State Association of Counties Executive Credential Program is starting here for our county employees. And we actually secured about 40 of those seats, I believe of total 55. And that means that our county staff will be able to partake in these courses and receive a credential at the end. It'll be a total of 10 different courses that they'll attend. And lastly, next Monday, there'll be a Pájaro recovery meeting again, and that's on the October the 30th in the evening.
Great. Any public comments on the CAO's report for today? See none? Great, we'll close that item. Let's go to, there's no new referral, so we'll jump to item number 48. Consider adopting a policy concerning appointments to the Monterey County Regional Fire District Board of Directors. And this one is with Les Gerard, our County Counsel. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, members of the board. In response to the referral submitted by Supervisor Askew, I drafted a proposed policy that would be applicable only to the regional fire district, not to any other district at the present time. As I understood, the intent of the referral was to provide for some clarity and equity with respect to appointments to the Regional Fire District Board, as it serves 4 out of the 5 districts in Monterey County. As originally drafted, I had the notice of vacancy going not only to the Board of Supervisors, but to the CAO, and then the CAO would be responsible for causing a publication of the vacancy so that interested parties could be notified and submit an application if they desired, as well as provide the opportunity for individual supervisors to make nominations. And then the item would come to the board after vetting to ensure that the nominee was a resident of the regional fire district and also identify the supervisorial district that the nominee or applicant resided in. In conversations with the CAO, however, I changed, and let me share my screen. Rather than notify the CAO, it now provides that the clerk of the board will notify, that the district notifies the clerk of the board, and the clerk of the board will notify the county communications director rather than the CAO, who would then be responsible for the publication and vetting of the applicants and nominees. So that is and then finally, it provides that the board needs to consider the residency of the supervisorial district of the applicant or nominee to ensure that there's equitable representation on the district board. For example, so that not out of the 5 members of the board, 3 of them can't be from one district. There needs to be equity amongst the district, the supervisorial districts that are served by the fire district. So that was the idea behind the policy that's in front of you. As I mentioned, it applies only to the regional fire district at this time. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions? Let's go to Supervisor Askew first.
Thank you for the work on this and for the prompt getting this on the agenda. We do have a vacancy on the fire district, and there is an urgency to get that recruited, that vacancy advertised, recruited for, and filled. I did have 2 questions. One being the application process that would be followed. Would we have? What would be the process for someone to apply for the vacancy? Would it just be to submit a letter? And how would they apply for the vacancy?
I would envision that an application template would be created that would be in the possession of the clerk of the board. And if somebody was interested, they could contact the clerk. I provided for a 30-day publication period. And so the notice goes out for 30 days, and within that 30 days, people either have to apply or supervisors need to nominate.
Got it. And then the other question I have, so I think there's 4 districts that are within the boundaries of the fire district, and there's 5 directors on the district board currently. And so when we say equity, just to clarify, we'd be talking, 1 per district with an extra that floats around where interest and desire.
It's not written to numerically specify how many. It's just that the board needs to consider the residency of the nominee or the applicant when making the appointments. It might very well be that the only applicants or nominees are for one particular district. But the board needs to consider the residency in order to ensure as much as possible that there's equitable distribution amongst the 4 supervisorial districts about representation on the regional fire district board.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Just in follow-up, I think that the equitable thing is a real serious issue because there are only 5 seats. There are 7 firehouses, 1 in your district, 1 in Chris's district, and 5 in my district. So that, makes it a little trickier again. But the other thing, in conversations with the regional fire district, we were thinking that perhaps we should consider this, that the complete application should include a resume and a statement of interest specific to the experience and how they'll contribute to the Monterey County Regional Fire District Board. And then once all the applications for the vacancy are received and vetted by the clerk of the board, instead of being sent to the full board of supervisors for approval and deliberation, perhaps there could be an additional step so that we are not publicly, going through resumes and saying why you want this one and why this one's not going to do any good. and that perhaps it could be a small subcommittee. And it was suggested that the county administrative officer, an existing member of the Monterey County Regional Fire District Board, and the director of the Department of Emergency Management or the Monterey County Sheriff could be on a subcommittee that would go through the applications and make a selection of one person to bring forward, so that we would not have the public discussion of who's in and who's out. That way, everybody's going to be vetted thoroughly before they go before the board, which would just stop an awkward situation from developing. It's a very important board of directors in the county, and all of the directors on the board are volunteers. And again, wanting to ensure that there's an equitable approach both for applying and a thorough process for vetting. So the deliberation on multiple candidates can be done with the subcommittee before the board makes the final decision in a public meeting. So those were some additional comments that we had heard from the Regional Fire District, and I thought that that might be a good solution to the public, the public participation in having additional people do the vetting. So I'm not sure where we go from here, but those were suggestions that we received. I don't know if anybody else from the audience or public wants to comment either.
Does anybody from the fire district want to speak? Been sitting there patiently. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Alejo and fellow supervisors. David Sargenti, Fire Chief with Monterey County Regional Fire, and I appreciate the ability to make some comments today. First off, thanks to Les, great work on this. I think it's a good starting point. I share the similar concerns of Supervisor Askew and Supervisor Adams with kind of the details of the process, what the application looks like, and if there's a resume, maybe a statement of desires to be on the board, just to make sure we have the right people that are there for the right reasons. As I mentioned at your last meeting, we are a single purpose governmental entity. We provide fire and life safety to the 400 square miles of the Monterey County Regional Fire District and its 45,000 residents, visitors, and business owners. Some of the concerns is obviously the application process, the resume and intent statement, and as was suggested by Supervisor Adams in the past, what we've done is a smaller group that met with the person that was looking to be applied to the position. Usually I met with the supervisor and the board member to just kind of talk and have a conversation about the expectations of the board members, the time commitments, and what their responsibilities are. One thing I didn't see in here either is the incumbents. So how are we going to deal with incumbents? Are they going to be pushed into the same process, or is there any type of vetting that would be for any incumbents? We do have some fairly long-standing board members who have yet to share with me that they've expired or they no longer want to work for the district or work in that capacity. So that'd be just another thing to consider. With that, I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay, let's hear from any other. Thank you for your comments, Chief. Appreciate you being here. Let's go to other comments from the Supervisor Church.
So this was something I learned a little bit about my district, because there's a couple of small communities in Bolson Knolls and Baranda, which I found are in it. I was not really quite aware of that till this really became developed. I'm curious, Supervisor Adams, you made mention where the fire stations are. And obviously the 5 in yours are not very close to my district, but for District 3 and District 4, where are they located at? Chular? East Garrison. So, okay. Do we have a breakdown of population by supervisorial district on this? We talked about equity, but honestly, to tell you the truth, I don't think my appointee should be on equal terms maybe with some of the other supervisorial districts that have more people. And I know I'm sure District 5 has a lot. I don't know about 3 and 4, but I think we have to take some consideration into that. The other thing, just kind of going off on a different side here, is I'm not really quite sure why that particular part of my district is in with Monterey Regional when you have Salinas right next to it and North County right next to it, and fire stations that are a lot more accessible.
Chief's going to help answer that. Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, so Supervisor Church, it's kind of a long-winded, so I'll give you the thumbnails kind of part of it. We currently contract with the city of Salinas to cover that area for us. So the stations that'll respond in that area, Braun in particular, would be Station 2 off of Laurel, and Station 6 off of North Main Street responds into the Bolson Knolls area. They're the initial response, and then we follow up with chief officers and additional resources if they become overwhelmed or need additional assistance in that area. That was part of a consolidation and a detachment that occurred back in the early 80s between the North County and Castroville Fire Protection Districts and the Salinas Rural and Chular Fire Protection Districts. So there are some lines in the sand that were made. The Salinas Rural Fire Station used to be off of Alisal Road, and that responded into those areas. So when that was relocated to Toro and Chular, that was just a piece. So this contract with the city has been in place for many years.
Great. Good answers, Chief. Anyone else? Oh, yeah, let's go to County Council. We'll go back to Supervisor Askew.
Thank you very much. Just briefly in response to some of the chief's comments, with respect to incumbents, it was worded carefully to say if you became aware of an actual or potential vacancy. So if an incumbent wanted to be reappointed, that's not a vacancy. So if an incumbent said, I'm done, then you would have an open seat that needed to be filled. I wrote that way intentionally. As drafted, it does ask for a general qualifications to serve on the board. That can easily be changed to add a resume and a statement of intent or something along those lines. I guess the question I would have if the board as a whole wants to provide for this smaller group, is the intent to have that small group make recommendations to the board or just to vet to see if they're residents and otherwise qualified to serve?
I think the idea was they would make recommendation to the board, and then the board would make the final decision.
Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, so I think I can suggest that we move forward with the draft policy that's in front of us with the changes suggested, adding in something about under the vetting, and I don't have it up in front of me, but the vetting space, I think having it be the chief. Who did you suggest, Mary, for the vetting?
The county administrative officer, the member of current member of the Monterey County Regional Fire District's board, and either the director of emergency management or the sheriff. Those were just two things put forward.
Okay, so I think we can add that the vetting would happen, I'll suggest this, with the CAO, a member of the fire district board or the chief, and our director of emergency management. And I would ask that I think that this board needs to retain responsibility for making the decision.
Absolutely.
So vetting the applications and if there are recommendations to be brought forward, but that it ultimately come to this board then with those recommendations for approval.
Yeah, and I think I would hope that I had made that clear, that once the subcommittee has a recommended person to bring forward, then it comes to us and we make the final appointment.
Are you thinking, if I can inquire, are you thinking a single recommendation or, recommending 3 for consideration?
Yeah, I would ask it to just be that they vet the applicants and then bring forward recommendations with us at the end.
It could be 1, 2, 3,
one or more,
depending on the round.
Based on the factors that need to be considered, the equity, all of the things that have been listed here, the application, the experience, how it fits in with the needs that the district might have to fill expertise areas. So bring back recommendations in whatever form that ends up looking like for this board to ultimately make a decision.
All those applicants, though, would still come forward for us to look at all?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then
I'll make that in the form of a motion.
I don't think that's what we were talking about. Because as an example, do we want publicly to sit here and go through 15 resumes? That was the idea of having
I would retain that authority for this board to make an ultimate decision based on the total list of applications, but let's have a vetting process so that we can review those outside of this board meeting.
I don't agree with that, and I won't be able to vote for that because I feel like that's just getting us way down in the weeds. I mean, that would be the whole point of having the additional subcommittee so that they would do that. First, it's going to be vetted through the clerk of the board, then they're going to be vetted through the subcommittee who make, like, just as we do when you're doing an application for hiring someone, then that group weeds out down to here's the, the finalists. And then that comes to the board. I just, I took the chief's word, which was trying to avoid an awkward situation, which this board has faced before, when we've had to select between two people who have both been nominated for one seat. And it is awkward and it's embarrassing to the volunteers who are coming forward to do work. So my belief is that the step going again through the subcommittee would take away a lot of that, the negativity that could come out of that, because they are volunteers. And therefore, it would remain that go through the clerk, go through the subcommittee, bring it to the board. And the board is not going to look at all 18 people who have, put their names in. Maybe there'll only be 2 people. That'd be great.
Hold on, I'm next, and then Supervisor asking, then we'll go back to County Council. The flip side of that is that then you create a perception of inside politics, right? That you have a gatekeeper, a team of gatekeepers. So you might have 10, or maybe it says, let's say it's just 5 applicants, and 3 never come to light. They're held out, and then those people feel, hey, if I wasn't in with the committee members, then I didn't have a fair shot, and I couldn't appeal my case to the Board of Supervisors, even though that person feels he or she is highly qualified to serve in that position. All public appointments should be done in open, and everybody should get a fair chance out in open. Yes, we could get recommendations. We take that to heart because they're a team of expertise who are saying, hey, out of all these people, we think these are the top 2, top 1, top 3, whatever it may be. But I think you also have to be cognizant that you're not creating a perception of inside politics, and that this small group is the gatekeepers. And if they don't think you're qualified, you never had a fair shot to be considered among these 5 elected officials that represent the full county. That would be my flip side on that. Supervisor Askey.
I was just going to say, I think that the way that this, and I will defer to council, but my understanding is that this is an appointment of the Board of Supervisors. So we're putting together a policy so that we have a process that we can follow. And ultimately, the decision is a decision of this board. So while recommendations would come forward through the process, ultimately, this board owns the decision that it's making. So we can't defer that responsibility to a small group that's not us. We can ask that small group to assist us in making that decision, but ultimately, I think but legally, that decision falls on this board. So in order to uphold that, we can receive recommendations, but ultimately, the decision has to come from here.
So are you suggesting that all of the nominees would come forward to us? Or are you saying that they would go through and weed it down to, just a couple of people?
I'm saying they would bring their recommendations forward, but all of the names of applications would need to be included in that, that staff report that says we interviewed, we received 20 applications. We reviewed all of them. 15 of them were actually lived within the district boundaries. We vetted, these are the top 5. We met with them, and these would be our top 2 recommendations based on the needs of the district and the equity issues. But ultimately, every one of those names that's brought forward, those are all people who applied, and this board ultimately makes the decision for who it appoints.
So as we try to come up with a process for all of the special districts that we have and all of the committees and commissions, if we're doing that for every single one of those, that's all we're going to be doing. Because it's going to be, I believe, a mighty chore to go through and just, that there's no need for a subcommittee if we're going to be looking at every resume, every application.
Okay, we're going to go to County Council now because we're good.
Okay, sorry.
Got to avoid the back and forth.
Thank you. I was going to suggest, a not to exceed number for recommendations. That obviously is up to the board. With respect to other special districts, in my opinion, the Regional Fire District is a little unique. Because it serves 4 supervisorial districts, and you have appointments to independent special districts. A lot of those positions are elected, and for some of those districts, if there's a vacancy, that board can make that appointment. Here, for the Regional Fire District, it falls on the Board of Supervisors to do. And then if in those other special districts, if the board does not make an appointment, then it comes to the Board of Supervisors to make an appointment. If you don't make an appointment, then there has to be a special election. Those provisions don't apply to the regional fire district. So I don't believe that you're going to be inundated with reviewing applicants for vacancies on a whole bunch of independent special districts. I just don't believe that that's the case. So the last comment is for the subcommittee, the comment was made, a member of the current board or the sheriff, please pick one, either a member of the board or the sheriff, because you don't want to have,
It was
the
either,
choice.
it was definitely a member of the board,
Okay.
definitely
CAO.
and either the sheriff or the director of the Department of Emergency Management.
Pick one.
We'll
I would
have
say
it
the
be,
Department of Emergency Management.
I agree,
The motion
because they
that I
work more
made.
closely with them, yeah.
And I can make any changes that the board directs.
Okay. Let's go to CAO De La Rosa.
Just a quick clarification, when you mention member of the board, you're talking about the Monterey Regional?
That's correct, the Monterey Regional Fire District Board.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I made a motion. Was there a second on that?
So what's the motion? I mean, which way are we going?
I move that I'll just try it again. I'll make a motion that we approve the language that our county council has prepared with the changes as listed to include a statement that further vetting will occur by a subcommittee of the CAO, a member of the Fire District Board, and the Department of Emergency Management Director to bring recommendations back to the Board of Supervisors for an ultimate appointment, considering the factors that are listed in the policy. And that'll be a motion.
Is there a second?
The only thing I'm struggling with is the term vetting, because vetting just means you're overlooking it again, as opposed to recommending to the board.
Vetting and making
So-
recommendations to the board.
You want to, anybody second, or do you want this to come back at a future date with all the language intact? With the revision from county council? So, yes, go ahead, county council.
They have a vacancy that needs to be filled.
This is
Why don't you adopt this just for this vacancy, and I can come back with a general policy about the board going forward. But I think they have a need to fill a vacancy. So the motion might be to implement the application process for 30 days and convene the subcommittee to vet the applications and make recommendations to the board of supervisors, just so they can get that vacancy filled one time.
And then you'll come back at a future date with the permanent, all the language finally.
If somebody makes a motion on that, I'll make that motion. Then in that
I'll second
case.
it.
Okay.
It's been moved by Church, seconded by Askew. This will come back in its final form, but this will get us through the next, for this next appointment. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those against? Abstentions? Chris, what were you? Good? Okay, 5-0. I just have to make sure for the record, otherwise I'll document you as abstention. Thank you. All right, okay. We're almost through it, team. Let's go to board comments. Let's start with Supervisor Askew today on this side.
All right. So I just want to, a couple things. We had a lot of fun at this last week. The LULAC 50th Anniversary Gala was a great event. A ton of folks were there, dancing, fun, auction, great. And the way that the Hartnell College student area transforms into a gala event space is pretty incredible. I also had the opportunity to join with the Bureau of Land Management. All fourth graders in the country have access to a free National Parks Pass. So we were able to distribute Parks Passes to fourth graders here in Monterey County, and the kids were really excited. I wanted to announce that on October 26th at 5:30, I'll be hosting a town hall with Delray Oaks Mayor Scott Donaldson. Everyone's invited. We'll be at the Delray Oaks City Hall for that event. And then on October 25th from 4 to 7 p.m., a conversation with Paul Hawken, an evening of hope, is an event focusing on climate change and hopeful options for moving forward individually with climate change will be held at the Otter Student Union. I think tickets are still available for that. So look forward to seeing everyone there.
Thank you. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Public Works is going to be hosting a community meeting on the Palo Colorado Road repair this coming Wednesday, October 25th at the Mid-Coast Fire Brigade Station at 6 p.m. Most of you probably remember back in 2017 is when that road was absolutely destroyed, and it still isn't fixed. So this will be a next step of how we're going to get it done and when we're going to get it done. There's also going to be a California State Parks Foundation event this Thursday. It's their retreat, and they're going to be at the Monterey Conference Center. I'll be going over and speaking to them on Thursday, or I think it's Thursday, yeah. And then on this Saturday, I'm going to be participating in the annual Big Sur River Run. It had been going on for 40 years, and they did not have one for the last 3 years because of COVID issues. So they're revving her back up again, and that's going to be this week within Five for Big Sur State Park. So it's really, really a lot of fun. And then the California County ITD directors are also going to be having their annual conference in Monterey, and I'm going to go down and welcome them to our community and welcome them to our conference center. And that ought to do it.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I just want to share in the last week I've had some great opportunities, including yesterday, to spend time with the kids down in Bradley. Had the entire school there, all about 40 of them. It was amazing. A good opportunity to talk to them about what I do every single day and what they can expect of their local government. And I got to drop off pumpkins, thanks to Braga Farms, who donated pumpkins to all the schools in San Lucas, San Nardo, as well as Bradley and other schools throughout southern Monterey County. So I want to thank Braga for their continued commitment to our community and bringing a little joy this spooky season. Also want to share that this week I'll be hosting a South County Roundtable with our city managers and economic development directors to focus on the future of our community's economic growth. Also on Thursday will be the NMC Foundation's annual Donor and Hero Award celebration. Invite folks to join us for that. This weekend, Saturday is a community cleanup in Chular. Hope to see everybody out there. And Sunday, there's a big Day of the Dead parade. My mom would kill me and make me part of that parade if I did not announce that, because that is her baby, growing every single year. And lastly, I want to share the most important is that tomorrow night, San Lucas will have the water board in town listening finally in person to 12 years of grievances about the condition of their water. So look forward to seeing some of you out there tomorrow night. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Church.
Yesterday, I had a press conference with Tamsi, Senator Laird, Assembly Member Addis, and Moss Landing to acknowledge the 1 million climate resiliency grant. That's for the potential seawater rise that would be affecting the railroad there and Highway 1, that Highway 1 bottleneck that has been talked about being widening since the 1950s, which I hope eventually, when it's going to have to be eventually raised, and this will be the first start on to that long process, maybe we'll get to that point by 2050, which, what's 100 years to get something done. But anyway, it's a very good first step for a very important area with the Elkhorn Slough and a very important element in transportation from the railroad to the highway. Not tomorrow, but Thursday, also holding a town hall in Aromas. And this is also with two other supervisors that are not here, I should say, but in adjacent counties. Santa Cruz Supervisor Felipe Hernandez and San Benito County Supervisor Colin Kospinski. So we're having sort of a tri-county town hall. And I think that's about all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Church. And I wanted just to mention that, again, on the Homelessness Summit last Thursday, I really want to thank all the speakers who came. I wanted just to let my colleagues know that we did have Helene Schneider from the U.S. Interagency on Homelessness join us. Also Hafsa Keika, who is the governor's senior advisor on homelessness, join us. And we also had Speaker Rivas's top housing and homelessness staff as well in the House. So some of the key people in our state and federal efforts were joined us. And I want to say that there was some amazing speakers, and I really want to commend our speakers with lived experience. These are people who formerly faced homelessness in their lives, and it was probably my favorite panel, but they spoke exceptionally well, and I really thank them all for doing such an amazing job bringing that perspective. I did want to just thank Roxanne Wilson, our homelessness services program manager, and also our Department of Technology, which really helped us do the live streaming for those zooming in at home. We had 350 people in person and more online. Dr. Harris, who joined us for most of the day, Department of Social Services and other county staff. Our CAO was there, so thank you. And I did want to also just thank all the sponsors, the County of Monterey, County of San Benito, Montage, Union Pacific, Community Foundation, Natividad Foundation, Anthem, Community Human Services, Central Coast Alliance for Health, Pinnacle Bank, and Comcast. We're all at the table to make this event possible. So thank you all for making that. Hopefully next year will be bigger and even better. Last thing I wanted to, this Thursday I'll be at the Sunrose Apartments, a new low-income housing facility by Interim Inc. that I'll be at. So I want to thank them for that as well. And last, on a fun note, I just wanted to congratulate my older brother, Tomas Alejo, whose photography was featured in Smithsonian Magazine, focused on indigenous art, Native American photography, culture, and even lowrider culture. So I wanted to congratulate him on that. Last but not least, I want to let the public know we won't have a meeting next Tuesday because it's Halloween. And also communities throughout the Central Coast in California will also be celebrating Dia de los Muertos. Halloween Day, November 1st and 2nd, honoring our ancestors, people in our families who have passed on. So we pay tribute to them in those days as well. So with that, we'll now go to County Council to do the readout of the Board of Supervisors and the Water Resource Agency.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. There was no reportable action under either agenda.
Okay, with that, we'll adjourn our meetings. Thank you very much, and we will see you in 2 weeks, November 7th.